It was the kind of isolation you crave when you're 23, fresh out of college, and convinced the world needs your unique brand of quiet contemplation. Looking back now, almost 10 years later, I shake my head at that naive boy. I thought I knew what loneliness was, what peace meant. I had no idea what genuine isolation felt like, or how quickly it could curdle into something truly unsettling. The job itself was simple enough: caretaker for a remote logging cabin in the Cascade Mountains. It belonged to an old geology professor from my university, Dr. Alina Vance. She used it for research trips but needed someone trustworthy to keep it aired out, handle minor repairs, and generally ensure it didn't fall prey to the relentless wilderness. It was early spring, snow still clinging to the higher peaks, but the lower trails were clear enough for my beat-up Subaru Forester. I remember the air smelling of pine and damp earth, a scent that still sometimes catches me off guard and brings a faint chill. I was alone, of course. That was part of the appeal. No cell service, no internet, just books and the endless, silent expanse of trees. My only real company was a stack of Dr. Vance's geological journals, which I mostly ignored in favor of classic sci-fi novels. I'd told myself it was an opportunity to write, to find myself, to escape the crushing expectations of post-grad life. In truth, I was probably just running. Running from the noise, running from choices I didn't want to make. The cabin itself was rustic but charming. Two small bedrooms, a cozy living area with a stone fireplace, and a kitchen that ran on a propane tank outside. The big selling point for me was the oversized picture window in the living room. It faced west, offering a stunning vista of the forest canopy, with glimpses of distant peaks on clear days. I pictured myself reading there, sipping coffee, watching the seasons change. It felt like a perfect, unblemished escape. My first few days were exactly as idyllic as I'd imagined. I chopped firewood, explored the nearby trails, even tried my hand at baking bread. The quiet was a balm, a deep, resonant hush that settled into my bones. The biggest challenge was remembering to start the generator for a few hours each evening to charge my reading light and a small radio, the only link I had to the outside world, a link I rarely used. It was serene, almost meditative. Then, about a week in, something shifted. It was a Tuesday, I think, a day that started with a drizzle, a soft, persistent rain drumming on the cabin roof. I remember making a pot of tea, settling into my armchair by the big window, ready to lose myself in a book. I glanced out, expecting to see the gray, blurred world of a spring shower, but what I saw stopped me cold. Outside the glass, the sky was a brilliant, cloudless blue. Sunlight, sharp and golden, streamed down, illuminating the distant treetops. It was a perfect summer day kind of bright. Inside, I could still hear the faint tap-tap-tap of raindrops on the roof, could still feel the damp chill in the air from the real weather. My breath hitched, a small, involuntary sound in the silent room. I blinked, then rubbed my eyes, thinking I was still half asleep or that the peculiar light was playing tricks on me. But no, the world beyond that pane of glass was bathed in a clear, impossible sunshine, while the reality around me remained stubbornly, undeniably, gray and wet. It was the smallest, most insignificant anomaly, yet it planted a tiny, sharp seed of dread deep in my stomach. I got up slowly, my tea forgot, the warmth of the mug in my hands turning cold. My eyes were fixed on the window. The world outside it remained stubbornly, undeniably bathed in golden light. The world inside around me was still shrouded in the gray, damp reality of a spring drizzle. It was a mismatch so profound, so utterly nonsensical, that my brain struggled to process it. My first thought was that I was hallucinating. Maybe the isolation, combined with a touch of sleep deprivation, was making me see things. I pinched myself hard on the arm. A sharp, fleeting pain, but the impossible view didn't flicker. I rubbed my eyes again, scrubbing at them with the heels of my palms until they ached. When I opened them, the scene was unchanged. The sun-drenched forest beyond the glass, the tapping rain on the roof above my head. "This is ridiculous," I muttered, the sound startlingly loud in the quiet room. My voice was thin, a little shaky. I walked over to the window cautiously, as if approaching a wild animal. My fingers brushed the cold glass. It felt like ordinary glass. I pressed my face close, trying to discern any trick of light, any prism effect, any hidden screen. Nothing. It was just a pane of glass, perfectly clear, showing two entirely different realities. I looked away from the window, turning my head quickly to survey the rest of the living room. The light in the room was dim, diffuse, the kind of flat gray light that precedes a storm. The far wall, with its bookshelves and stone fireplace, was just visible in the gloom. I looked back at the window, still the golden sun. Okay, I thought, okay, maybe it's just this window. A fluke, a weird, one-off reflection or something. I paced to the small kitchen, peering out its much smaller window. Gray, rain, exactly what I expected. I went to the bedroom, pulled back the curtains. Gray, rain. The bathroom window, frosted, still showed the same washed-out, damp light. It's only the big picture window. Only that one. Impossible view. A cold knot formed in my stomach. This wasn't a trick of the light or a hallucination confined to my mind. This was a physical discrepancy, an objective reality that was actively contradicting itself. I walked back to the living room, my steps hesitant. I stood a few feet from the window, staring. The sun outside the glass wasn't just bright, it was vibrant. The greens of the pine trees were impossibly vivid, the bark of the evergreens a rich, warm brown. There was no wind stirring the branches, no movement beyond the distant shimmer of heat haze I imagined seeing. It was a still, perfect summer's day captured in a frame. And the sound, that was the other thing. The tap, tap, tap of the rain, the occasional drip from the eaves, the subtle rustle of wet leaves just outside the cabin. Those sounds were real inside the room around me. But from the window there was nothing. No sound of birds, no whisper of wind through the sun-drenched leaves. Just a profound, almost stifling silence emanating from that golden scene. I spent the next hour doing what any rational human being would do. I tried to break it. I opened the window. It slid up with a familiar groan of old wood. The moment it opened, the golden sunlight vanished. The world outside was the same dull gray, the same soft rain, the same damp, pine-scented air that permeated the cabin. I leaned out, feeling the cool spray on my face. Nothing, just the normal, wet forest. I closed the window. The moment the latch clicked into place, the impossible summer day returned. Golden sun, vivid green, silent, perfect stillness. My heart was hammering now, a frantic drumbeat against my ribs. This wasn't a trick. This was something else, something utterly, fundamentally wrong. My mind, trained in logic and scientific reasoning during my brief and unenthusiastic foray into university, screamed for an explanation, but there was none. I tried it again. Open, gray, close, gold, open, gray, close, gold. Each time the transition was instantaneous, absolute. It was like flipping a switch between two entirely different worlds, one real, one I didn't know what. Panic began to bubble up, cold and sharp. I was alone, deep in the mountains, no cell service, no internet. The nearest town was a 2-hour drive away, down winding, unpaved roads. Who would I even tell? "Excuse me, officer, my picture window shows a different dimension." They'd think I'd lost my mind. I sat back down in my armchair, trying to force myself to breathe slowly, deeply. Think, rationalize. Could it be a projection, some kind of advanced display technology Dr. Vance had installed? No, that was absurd. The cabin was old, rustic. There were no wires, no projectors, no screens visible, and the light from the window didn't feel like a projection. It felt like actual light, bright and clean, even if it didn't warm the room. Maybe it was some kind of highly localized atmospheric phenomenon, a bizarre pocket of clear sky visible only through that specific pane, while the rest of the area was rainy. But that didn't explain the instant on-off switch when I opened or closed the window, and it didn't explain the silence. I spent the rest of the day in a state of agitated disbelief. I kept checking the window every 10 minutes, every half hour. The golden world remained. The rain outside the cabin persisted, a steady, monotonous drumming on the roof. My appetite was gone. I tried to read, but the words blurred on the page, my gaze constantly drawn to the impossible vista. By evening, the real world outside had begun to grow dim, transitioning from gray to twilight. The sun-drenched scene in the window, however, remained exactly the same, bright, mid-afternoon golden. It didn't dim, it didn't change. It was stuck in a perfect, timeless summer's day. That was when the true, suffocating weight of my isolation settled in. Before, it had been a choice, a comfort. Now it felt like a trap. I was alone with this impossible thing, with no one to confirm I wasn't going insane. I forced myself to eat a canned soup, the metallic taste dull in my mouth. I started the generator, the familiar rumble, a welcome, grounding sound in the unsettling quiet. I even turned on the radio, fiddling with the dial until I found a crackling news station. The voices, reporting on distant traffic jams and political squabbles, felt impossibly far away, part of a world that suddenly seemed utterly unreal. The one real thing was the golden, silent world in my window. I eventually went to bed, but sleep didn't come easily. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the vivid green of those impossible trees, the golden light that didn't belong. My mind churned with theories, each one more outlandish than the last. A portal, a tear in reality, a glimpse into another dimension. I was a geology major, for crying out loud, not a theoretical physicist. This was beyond anything I had ever encountered or even imagined. The next morning, I woke with a jolt, my heart leaping. The rain had stopped. The real world outside my bedroom window was a muted, misty gray, but at least the clouds were higher, the air clearer. Hope, frail and desperate, flickered. Maybe it was over. Maybe it had been some bizarre, one-time atmospheric anomaly. I rushed to the living room, the big picture window. Still golden, still bright, still a perfect, silent, impossible summer day. My breath hitched again. The dread that had been a tiny seed yesterday had now begun to unfurl, its tendrils reaching into my chest, squeezing. It wasn't over. It was still there. I spent the second day in a similar state of disquiet. I went outside, walked the trails, chopped more wood than necessary, anything to distract myself. I kept looking back at the cabin, at that huge window, half expecting to see a normal, cloudy sky through it. But every time I returned, the golden vista waited. It was a constant, unsettling presence, a silent mockery of the reality I knew. I started to develop a strange ritual. Each morning, I'd check the window. Each evening, as the real world dimmed, I'd watch the unwavering, timeless light of the window world. It was always the same. No progression of day to night, no shifting clouds, no moving shadows. Just an eternal, perfect afternoon. A few more days passed like this. The real weather outside the cabin fluctuated. Sun, rain, mist, even a brief flurry of late spring snow one afternoon. But the window world remained a constant, unchanging golden tableau. I tried to write down my observations, a desperate attempt to bring some order to the chaos in my mind. I found an old notebook Dr. Vance had left behind, filled with geological sketches and notes. I started a new section, Window Anomaly. Day 1 Tuesday, approx 11 a.m. Real weather, light drizzle, gray. Window view, bright sun, clear blue sky. Instantaneous shift upon opening closing window. No sound from window view, appears frozen in time weather. Day 2 Wednesday, real weather, cloudy, no rain. Window view, same as day 1, unchanged. Day 3 Thursday, real weather, intermittent sun, clouds. Window view, same. Day 4 Friday, real weather, heavy rain. Window view, same. The entries were stark, dry, an almost pathetic attempt to apply scientific method to something entirely unscientific. It didn't help. It only solidified the terrifying truth. This was real, and I was alone with it. I found myself talking to it sometimes, to the window. Not out loud, not usually, but in my head. What are you, I'd think, staring at the perfectly still trees, the impossibly bright sky. Where are you? One afternoon, about 10 days after the anomaly first appeared, something new happened. I was sitting by the window, trying to read a tattered copy of Dune, but my eyes kept drifting. The real world outside was gray and still, the air heavy with moisture. Suddenly, a movement in the window world caught my eye. It was subtle at first, a flicker at the very edge of the frame, where the dense forest met a slightly clearer patch of sky. I leaned forward, my heart thumping. Was it a bird, a squirrel? Any sign of life would have been a relief, a grounding element in that unnervingly static landscape. But it wasn't an animal. It was a shift in the light, a faint, almost imperceptible darkening, as if a cloud, a very thin, wispy cloud, had drifted across the sun. But the sky in the window world was still perfectly clear blue. There were no clouds. Then it happened again. A distinct, albeit fleeting, shadow passed over the trees, darkening the vibrant greens for a split second before the golden light returned to its usual intensity. It was like a blink. I stared, completely focused. This was new. The window world wasn't entirely static after all. It was just incredibly slow, or subtly alive in a way I hadn't perceived. I continued to watch, rapt. It took another minute, maybe two, before I saw it again. This time it was clearer. A shadow, like a wisp, drifting from left to right across the middle distance of the forest, lasting perhaps a second and a half. My mind raced. What could cause that? A cloud, yes, but there were no clouds in that sky. A bird, a very large bird, flying high above, but the shadow seemed too diffuse, too broad for a single bird. I watched for an hour, my gaze never leaving the window. The shifts were infrequent, perhaps once every 5 to 10 minutes, sometimes longer. Always the same, a momentary, faint darkening, like a wisp passing, always from left to right, always at roughly the same altitude, crossing the upper canopy. It was unsettling. Before, the window world had been a static photograph. Now it was a moving picture, albeit one playing at an incredibly low frame rate, revealing hints of something unseen, something vast passing overhead. That night, I wrote in my notebook again. Day 10, Friday. Real weather, gray, misty. Window view, golden, same. Observed intermittent, faint shadows crossing the view from left to right, approximately every 5-10 minutes. Consistent direction and approximate altitude. Suggests movement of something large, unseen, above the window world. The implication was terrifying. If something was moving above the window world, what was it? And why couldn't I see it directly? Was it part of that world, or something between my world and that one? The distinction between my world and the window world was becoming painfully clear. They were separate, fundamentally so, and the window was a one-way mirror, or perhaps, more accurately, a portal showing only a slice of another reality. I tried to call Dr. Vance. I knew there was no cell service, but the cabin had a satellite phone primarily for emergencies. I hadn't used it. I found it in a locked cupboard in her study, a clunky gray device. I powered it on. It sputtered, then displayed no signal. I tried to get a better vantage point, taking it outside, holding it above my head. Nothing. The cabin was simply too deep in a dead zone, surrounded by too many high peaks. The satellite phone was useless. My last link to any kind of human intervention was gone. The full weight of my isolation truly descended then, heavier than any mountain snow. I was utterly, completely alone with this impossible window. A new kind of fear began to take root, not just the fear of the unknown, but the fear of my own sanity. How long could I maintain a grip on reality when reality itself was bending in such a profound way? I started talking to myself more often, explaining things out loud, trying to hear my own voice confirm the obvious, even if the obvious was insane. It's a window, I'd say, tapping the glass. It's showing something else, another place, another time maybe, but it's real, I'm not crazy. Each pronouncement felt less convincing than the last. The shadows passing in the window world became more frequent, more distinct. They still moved from left to right, but their timing became slightly erratic. Sometimes two would pass in quick succession. Sometimes I wouldn't see one for 15 minutes, and I started to notice something else, something subtle but chilling. The way the light briefly dimmed when a shadow passed, it wasn't uniform. It was like the shadow had a slight, uneven texture, as if whatever was casting it wasn't perfectly smooth. A very subtle ripple, a barely perceptible variation in the intensity of the darkness. I imagined what it could be, a vast, unseen creature swimming through an unseen sky, a colossal, organic thing whose shadow rippled as it moved, or something mechanical, ancient, flying through the ethereal expanse above the window world. The thought sent shivers down my spine. I couldn't tear myself away from the window. It was a morbid fascination. It was the only real mystery I had, the only thing that felt truly alive in my hermetic existence. My sci-fi novels lay forgotten. Dr. Vance's geological journals remained unread. My writing ambitions were long abandoned, replaced by the obsessive study of an impossible window. One morning, the real world outside was stunningly clear. The air was crisp, the sky a brilliant, cloudless blue, mirroring the color of the window world's sky almost perfectly. For a moment, a wave of relief washed over me. Maybe, just maybe, the window world would finally align with my own. I rushed to the window. No, still golden, still the unwavering, perfectly still light of mid-afternoon, and the subtle shadows still drifted across from left to right like ghosts in the periphery of my vision. The congruence of sky color was merely coincidental. The window world remained stubbornly, defiantly separate. But that morning, with the real sky so clear, I noticed something in the window world I hadn't seen before. Far in the distance, nestled among the impossibly vivid green peaks, a structure. It was tiny, barely a speck. I had to squint, cup my hands around my eyes to reduce glare. It looked like a tower, slender, impossibly tall and dark against the bright sky. It seemed to be impossibly far away, yet its outline was sharp, almost too perfect. A new surge of dread, mingled with a strange excitement, shot through me. This wasn't just a patch of forest. This was a place a place with structures, a place that hinted at inhabitants. I stared at the tower for a long time. It didn't move. It didn't change. Just a distant, silent sentinel in that golden world. Its very presence made the window world feel less like a natural phenomenon and more like a destination. I pulled out Dr. Vance's old binoculars, which I'd found in a drawer. They were heavy, high-powered. My hands trembled as I raised them, trying to focus on that distant speck. It was difficult to keep the binoculars steady. The image swam, but I managed to hold it still for a few seconds. The tower resolved into something more complex than I'd imagined. It wasn't a simple stone tower. It looked organic, yet impossibly geometric. It seemed to be spiraling upwards, not made of stone or metal, but of something dark, almost black, with a faint, iridescent sheen. And it wasn't just one tower. There were other, smaller structures around its base, difficult to make out, but clearly part of a larger complex. My breath caught in my throat. This was no ordinary mountain landscape. This was alien, fantastical, and it was right there, through my living room window. I spent the next few days in an almost feverish state of observation. I tried to map out the distant structures, to discern any patterns in the landscape. The shadows continued to pass overhead, and I began to try and time them. They seemed to follow a somewhat regular interval now, almost rhythmic, though still with slight variations. The cabin, which had once felt like a sanctuary, now felt like a cage. A cage with a single, tantalizing window into another reality. The silence of the real forest, once comforting, now felt oppressive, emphasizing the absence of sound from the window world. I started to wonder, if I could see into their world, could they see into mine? The thought was chilling. I was often sitting by the window, watching them. Was something or someone from the other side watching me? I considered covering the window, board it up, block it out, but the idea was almost unbearable. It was the only thing that held my attention, the only mystery in my confined existence. And deep down, I was afraid that if I covered it, the problem wouldn't go away. It would just be hidden, festering behind a wooden barrier. The dread would remain, perhaps even grow worse, without the ability to observe. So I kept watching. The more I watched, the more details emerged from the distant landscape. I started to notice other, fainter structures scattered across the mountainous terrain, like outposts around the main spiral tower. They were all the same dark, iridescent material, and they were all unnervingly still. I started sketching them in Dr. Vance's notebook, trying to render the alien architecture, to capture the sense of scale and impossibility. My hands, once confident with a pen, were now clumsy, shaking slightly. My sleep became even more disturbed. Nightmares, vivid and unsettling, plagued me. I'd dream of those colossal, unseen things passing overhead, their rippling shadows swallowing me whole. I'd dream of that spiral tower growing, reaching up, until it pierced the sky and dissolved into a void. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, the memory of the golden window world clinging to me. I realized I hadn't spoken to another human being in weeks. The last time was when I picked up supplies in town before heading to the cabin. Now, even talking to myself felt strained, my voice hoarse from disuse. The silence was getting to me. The total lack of external input, coupled with the impossible reality of the window, was twisting my mind. I tried to force myself to do normal things, chopped wood, cooked meals, cleaned the cabin, but my attention was always divided, one ear listening for the sound of rain, one eye constantly drawn to the golden, silent world in the window. The mundane tasks felt like a charade, a performance of normalcy for an audience of one. One afternoon, the real world outside was shrouded in a thick, swirling mist. It clung to the trees, reducing visibility to mere yards. The cabin felt even more isolated, wrapped in a blanket of gray. But through the window, the golden sun still shone, undimmed, untouched by the mist. The contrast was stark, almost comical. And then something moved in the window world that wasn't a shadow and wasn't a static structure. It was a figure. Barely visible at first, a distant speck near the base of the spiral tower, moving slowly across an open clearing. My breath hitched. I grabbed the binoculars, hands shaking violently. It was a humanoid shape, impossibly tall and slender, moving with a fluid, almost ethereal grace. It was cloaked in something dark, the same iridescent material as the towers, so dark it seemed to absorb the abundant golden light around it. It moved deliberately, not rushing, but with a purpose. I could see no discernible features, just a tall, shadowy outline against the vibrant green. My heart hammered so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. People, or beings, intelligent life, in that other world, and I was watching them. I tried to track it with the binoculars, but it was too far, too small, and my hands were shaking too much. It disappeared behind a clump of impossibly tall, spindly trees, swallowed by the vivid green. I collapsed into the armchair, the binoculars clattering to the floor. My hands were clammy, my whole body trembling. This was it, the final, undeniable proof. This was not a projection, not an optical illusion. This was another world, complete with its own life, its own civilization, and I was looking directly into it. The dread became something sharper, more acute. It was no longer just the fear of the unknown. It was the fear of the known, the fear of observation, the fear of being discovered. If they could exist, silently, perfectly, just beyond the glass, what else was possible? I spent the next several days glued to the window, searching desperately for another glimpse of the figure. The shadows still passed overhead, the spiral tower still stood sentinel, but the humanoid shape did not reappear. It was as if it had been a fleeting vision, a ghost in the machine of the window world, but I knew what I had seen. It was real. The anxiety began to morph into something else, a strange, almost manic curiosity. I felt like an explorer, the first human to witness an alien civilization, even if it was through a glass portal. I imagined them, these tall, dark beings, going about their lives in that perpetually golden light, beneath whatever colossal, unseen entities cast those rippling shadows. What did they do? What were their cities like beyond the distant towers? Did they know about my world? Did they have their own windows, their own portals, peering into other realities? The questions tormented me. I started to be less afraid and more fascinated. This was monumental. This was bigger than geology, bigger than any college degree, bigger than my naive search for quiet contemplation. This was a discovery that could change everything. But it was my discovery, and I was alone. The constant, unchanging light from the window world was starting to affect my perception of time. My body clock, usually so reliable, began to falter. Days blurred into nights, distinguished only by the fading light in the real world outside the other windows, and the generator's rumble. Inside the living room, it was always the same golden, timeless afternoon. I started to wonder if I was meant to interact with it, to step through it. The thought, once terrifying, now held a strange allure. What would happen if I opened the window and tried to cross the threshold into that golden, silent world? Would I just step out into my own gray, damp forest, or would I find myself on the other side? The memory of opening the window and the golden world vanishing, replaced by my own forest, held me back. It seemed the portal only worked when the window was closed, a barrier, a looking glass. The shadows passing overhead in the window world began to increase in frequency. What was once every 5–10 minutes was now every minute or two. They also seemed to be slightly larger, more defined, their rippling edges more visible. The feeling of something vast and powerful moving above that world became overwhelming. It felt like something was building, changing. One evening, as the real world outside was plunging into deep twilight, the sun in the window world, for the first time, seemed to flicker. Just for a fraction of a second, the golden light wavered, dimmed slightly, then returned to its full intensity. It was barely perceptible, a trick of my tired eyes, perhaps, but it sent a jolt of alarm through me. Then it happened again, more clearly this time. A distinct, quick dip in the light, like a momentary power surge, and then another, and another. The window world, which had been so perfectly stable, so timeless, was beginning to destabilize. The shadows above also seemed to be behaving differently. They were not just passing, they seemed to be circling, their movements becoming more complex, less linear. Sometimes one would move from left to right, then another from right to left, crossing paths. The sense of activity above the window world intensified. A new thought, a chilling one, crept into my mind. What if those shadows weren't just passing above the window world? What if they were passing between the window world and my world? What if they were very, very close? I stared up at the ceiling of the cabin, then back at the window. The thought was absurd, but the whole situation was absurd. I started to notice other subtle changes. The colors in the window world, once so vibrant, seemed to have a faint, almost imperceptible haze over them, a slight dulling of their intensity, especially when the light flickered. The perfect stillness also seemed to be subtly disturbed. I thought I could see the faintest tremble in the distant leaves, even though there was no visible wind. Something was happening to the window world. It was no longer perfectly static, perfectly golden, perfectly silent. It was becoming mutable. The following morning, I woke with a terrible sense of unease. The air in the cabin felt heavier, colder, despite the propane heater running. The real world outside was a dull, overcast gray, promising more rain. I got up, my muscles stiff, my head aching from lack of proper sleep. I walked into the living room, my gaze immediately drawn to the window. The golden light was gone. My heart stopped, my breath caught in my throat. I stumbled forward, gripping the back of the armchair for support. The window world was no longer golden. It was a murky, bruised purple. The vivid green trees were now a sickly, desaturated olive. The sky, which had always been a perfect, clear blue, was now a deep, swirling vortex of dark violet and black, streaked with veins of angry red. The distant spiral tower was still there, but it was silhouetted against the horrific sky, its iridescent material seeming to pulse with a faint, internal glow. And the stillness was gone. The trees in the window world were thrashing, swaying violently, though I could hear no sound. What I could see through the glass was a silent, violent storm, an apocalyptic landscape unfolding before my eyes. The flickering of the light was no longer intermittent, it was constant, a frantic strobe effect as the purple sky pulsed with chaotic energy. The shadows, once drifting, were now like enormous black behemoths, racing across the turbulent sky, their rippling forms distinct and terrifying. They seemed closer, larger. I stood there paralyzed, watching the silent catastrophe unfold. This wasn't just a change, it was a transformation. The window world was dying or fighting or something far worse. And then I saw it. In the midst of the swirling purple and red chaos of the sky, a single, enormous eye. It was colossal, easily filling a quarter of the window's frame, directly above the thrashing trees. It was a sickening yellow, with a slit pupil that slowly, deliberately began to dilate, opening wider and wider. The eyelid was crusted, ancient, scarred, and it was moving. It wasn't just there, it was turning slowly, deliberately, until the pupil was perfectly centered, perfectly focused. It was looking directly at me. I screamed. It was a guttural, primal sound ripped from my throat, a sound I barely recognized as my own. I stumbled backward, falling over the armchair, scrambling away from the window like a cornered animal. My mind shattered, overwhelmed by the sight. The eye, it was too close, too real. It filled the window, its terrible yellow glow illuminating my trembling hands, my horrified face reflected faintly in the glass. It wasn't just an eye, it was the eye of whatever cast those shadows, the eye of the unseen behemoth that had been circling. I scrambled further back, crawling on my hands and knees until my back hit the far wall of the living room, opposite the window. My breath came in ragged gasps, my heart a frantic hummingbird in my chest. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the window, from that terrible, unblinking yellow eye, now perfectly still, perfectly focused on me. The purple storm raged silently around it, the trees thrashing, the distant tower pulsing with malevolent light. But the eye remained steady, a terrible, knowing gaze piercing through the pane of glass, through the dimensions, directly into my soul. It knew I was there. It had seen me. And then slowly, agonizingly slowly, the pupil began to contract, not closing but focusing, narrowing, as if preparing to strike. A high-pitched, almost imperceptible hum began to vibrate through the floorboards. It was faint at first, a deep, resonant thrum that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. It grew stronger, a low-frequency rumble that vibrated up through my bones, shaking the very foundation of the cabin. The teacups on the kitchen counter rattled. A small book fell from the shelf. The hum intensified, rising in pitch, growing louder. It wasn't just a hum now. It was a deep, resonant growl, a sound that seemed to tear at the fabric of reality itself. And it was coming from the window, from the eye. The yellow eye widened again, impossibly. Its ancient eyelid twitched. Then the window began to crack. A hairline fissure, like a lightning bolt, shot from the top left corner across the glass, directly through the center of the colossal yellow eye and down to the bottom right. Then another and another, spiderwebbing outwards, multiplying instantly. The once perfect pane shattered into a million tiny fragments, held together by some unseen force. The hum became a deafening roar. The light from the window world, still purple and red, pulsed with blinding intensity, casting grotesque shadows across my trembling form. The cold, damp air of the cabin was suddenly filled with an alien stench, a metallic, sulfuric smell that burned my nostrils. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing my hands over my ears, desperate to block out the sound, the light, the smell, the impossible reality that was breaking through. But it was no use. The roar was everywhere inside my head, shaking my very bones. The fractured glass, though still technically in place, seemed to ripple and distort, like water under tremendous pressure. And the eye, through the cracks, seemed to be pressing closer, its yellow light bleeding out, staining the very air of the cabin. I felt a sudden, sharp pressure on my chest, like an invisible weight pressing me down. It grew heavier, crushing. I gasped for breath, but no air would come. My lungs burned. My vision swam, tinged with the blinding purple and yellow light from the window. The roar reached an unbearable crescendo, the very air around me vibrating violently. The cabin itself groaned, the wooden beams protesting under an unseen strain. And then a new sound, a sound of tearing, of metal screeching, of wood splintering. It was coming from the window frame. The frame was bowing inwards, slowly, inexorably, under the immense pressure emanating from the glass. The wood groaned, splitting, revealing the dark, damp wall behind. I tried to scream again, but only a dry, rasping sound escaped my throat. The pressure on my chest was suffocating. My vision was fading, going black around the edges. Through the shimmering, fractured glass, the colossal yellow eye was now a foot away, filling the entire frame, its slit pupil a yawning abyss. I could see the intricate, grotesque texture of its ancient eyelid, the tiny, almost microscopic veins in the yellow iris. It was impossibly, terrifyingly real. Land. And then, with a final, earth-shattering crack, the entire pane of glass imploded inwards, not shattering outward as glass normally would, but collapsing into the living room, as if something on the other side had sucked it in. Shards rained down around me, tinkling against the wooden floorboards, some embedding themselves in the armchair, others skittering to a stop just inches from my face. But it wasn't just glass. The window frame itself, already groaning and splintering, ripped free from the wall with a terrible shriek of nails tearing through wood. It twisted and warped, then followed the glass, also imploding, vanishing into the space where the window had been, leaving behind a gaping, ragged hole in the wall. And then through that hole, the eyes. It wasn't just a foot away anymore. It was there, filling the raw, splintered cavity where the window had been. Not just an image, but a physical presence. The purple and red light of its world, no longer muted by glass, now blazed into the cabin, washing everything in violent, pulsating hues. The metallic, sulfuric stench was overwhelming, gagging me, making my eyes water. And the roar was no longer just in my head. It was a tangible force, shaking the cabin, rattling my teeth, vibrating through every atom of my being. The pressure on my chest intensified, becoming a crushing weight, pinning me against the wall. My lungs screamed for air. My vision was swimming, black at the edges, the world reduced to that monstrous yellow eye and the surrounding chaos of purple and red light. I tried to push myself away, to move, to crawl, but my limbs wouldn't respond. I was utterly paralyzed, a terrified insect pinned under a cosmic gaze. The yellow eye, colossal and ancient, slowly blinked. The crusted eyelid, thick and leathery, scraped across the wet, glistening surface of the orb, and in that blink, in that infinitesimal moment of darkness, I saw it. The texture of its skin or hide or whatever substance made up the creature around the eye. It was like petrified bark, ridged and scarred, but with a faint, oily sheen, shimmering with the same iridescent quality as the distant spiral tower. The eye itself wasn't just yellow. It was a swirling abyss of amber and gold, with tiny, dark motes like cosmic dust suspended within it. And the slit pupil, now dilated to its widest extent, was an inky, black void that seemed to pull at my very soul. It blinked again, slowly, and a new sound, a wet, sickening squelch, accompanied the roar. Something moved around the eye, something enormous and dark, shifting within the newly opened portal. The wall around the gaping hole groaned anew, wood splinters flying as unseen forces continued to tear at the cabin's structure. The air grew impossibly cold, then impossibly hot, then cold again, as if the very elements of its world were bleeding into mine, battling for supremacy. My skin prickled, then burned. I felt a buzzing, a frantic vibration emanating from my very core, like my atoms were struggling to hold together. And then slowly, ponderously, the eye began to recede. The roar lessened not suddenly, but gradually, like a vast engine winding down. The purple and red light dimmed, pulling back, shrinking. The crushing pressure on my chest eased, allowing me a desperate, ragged gasp of air. My vision, though still blurry, started to clear. As the eye receded, the hole in the wall didn't shrink. Instead, the edges of the opening seemed to blur, to distort, as if the very air was warping. The splinters of wood, the jagged edges of the torn wall, seemed to shimmer and pixelate, losing their solid definition. The alien stench lessened, replaced by a wave of ozone and something akin to burning leaves. Within seconds, the eye was gone. The purple and red light vanished. The roar faded to a whisper, then to nothing. And then there was just the hole. It was no longer a jagged, splintered tear in the wall. It was a perfectly smooth, circular void, about 8 feet in diameter. The edges were clean, as if cut by an impossibly precise laser, and it was utterly, completely black. Not the black of a dark room or a moonless night, but an absolute, consuming blackness, a void that seemed to drink all light, all sound, all existence. It was a hole not just in the wall, but in reality itself. A profound, terrifying silence descended upon the cabin. The only sound was my own frantic, gasping breath and the rapid, pounding drumbeat of my heart. I was still pinned against the far wall, trembling uncontrollably, my muscles screaming from the sudden release of pressure. I stared at the black void, my mind a blank slate of horror. The eye was gone. The storm was gone. The window world, as I knew it, was gone, replaced by nothing. I couldn't move. My eyes were glued to the perfect black circle. It felt like a hungry mouth, waiting, or a silent, open door. Minutes stretched into an eternity. My breathing gradually steadied, though my body still shook. The adrenaline, having spiked to unimaginable levels, was now receding, leaving me weak and hollowed out. I pushed myself up slowly, my limbs stiff and uncooperative. Every movement was an effort, every muscle protesting. I stood leaning against the wall for support, my gaze never leaving the void. The cabin was a mess. Shards of glass littered the floor, glinting dully in the dim, natural light filtering in from the other windows. The armchair was punctured. The air still carried a faint, residual odor of sulfur and something else, something acrid and alien. I took a tentative step forward, then another. My legs felt like jelly. I edged closer to the black circle, drawn by a morbid, irresistible curiosity. It was so perfectly black, so devoid of light, that it seemed to absorb the light around it. The floorboards directly in front of the void looked subtly darker, as if the blackness was leaching out, staining the very wood. I reached out a trembling hand slowly, cautiously, towards the edge of the void. My fingers were inches away, feeling nothing but cold air. No heat, no vibration, no discernible energy emanated from it, just an absolute, unnatural stillness. Then a flicker. At the very center of the black void, a pinprick of light appeared. It was impossibly small, yet impossibly bright, like a distant star, and it pulsed, a slow, steady, rhythmic pulse like a heartbeat. I froze, my hand still extended. The light was a pure, cold white, utterly alien against the surrounding black. It pulsed, brighter, dimmer. With each pulse, I felt a faint, almost imperceptible thrum deep in my chest, an echo of the light's rhythm. My mind, still reeling from the eye and the storm, struggled to process this new development. What was it? A remnant, a message, a new terror. I watched the pulsing light for what felt like hours. It remained constant, unwavering in its rhythm. The cabin grew darker as dusk settled outside. the pinprick of light became even more pronounced against the encroaching gloom, a lonely beacon in the absolute void. I knew instinctively that I couldn't stay, not with that hole, that pulsing light. The cabin, once my sanctuary, was now a gateway to something monstrous, something beyond comprehension. My isolation, which had felt like a trap, now felt like a death sentence. I had to leave now. The thought ignited a desperate spark of energy within me. Survival. I needed to act. I stumbled to the kitchen, grabbed my backpack from the hook by the door. My hands were shaking too much to pack properly. I shoved in a few cans of food, a bottle of water, a flashlight, my car keys. I grabbed the first aid kit from the bathroom, throwing it into the bag without looking. My eyes kept darting back to the living room, to the pulsing white light in the void. It was an anchor, a terrifying reminder of what I was fleeing. I needed clothes. I ran to the bedroom, pulled on a heavier jacket, found a pair of sturdy hiking boots. My mind was a frantic whirlwind of panic and practical necessity. Generator. Did I need to turn it off? No, who cared? The cabin was compromised. Dr. Vance's property was ruined, but my life wasn't, not yet. As I rushed back through the living room, my gaze snagged on Dr. Vance's notebook, lying open on the armchair where it had fallen. My frantic scribblings, the dry observations of days past, seemed laughably naive now, but something drew me to it. Evidence, proof. I snatched it up, stuffing it into my backpack. It was a physical record of my descent into madness, or my journey into truth. I wasn't sure which. I made it to the front door, fumbling with the deadbolt. My hands were slick with sweat. I pulled the door open, ready to bolt into the twilight, into the relative safety of my own world, my own mundane, predictable forest. And then I stopped. Because outside it wasn't twilight, it was still afternoon, a golden, vibrant afternoon. The forest was bathed in a clear, impossibly bright light. The greens of the pines were vivid, the bark of the evergreens a rich, warm brown. There was no wind stirring the branches, no movement beyond the distant shimmer of heat haze. And the air, instead of the cool, damp scent of my forest, was filled with a faint, sweet, unfamiliar aroma, like blooming night jasmine and something else, metallic and sharp. And it was silent, profoundly, utterly silent. No birdsong, no rustle of leaves, no chirping insects, just a pervasive, almost suffocating stillness. I stood on the porch, frozen. The world outside the cabin was no longer my world. It was the window world, the original window world, the one that had been a static, perfect summer's day. My breath hitched, my mind, already stretched to its breaking point, simply snapped. This was impossible. The window world was inside the cabin, a raging purple storm, then a black void. How could it be outside? I turned, my head swiveling back towards the living room. Through the open doorway, I could see the black void, the pulsing white light in the wall where the window had been. And through the front door on the porch where I stood, the golden, silent forest. My world had been overwritten, or merged, or I had stepped through something, without realizing it, without touching the window. A scream built in my throat, but it died there, choked by absolute terror. This was beyond me, beyond sanity. I stumbled back, tripping over the threshold, falling to my knees on the porch. The golden light felt oppressive, the silence deafening. The sweet, alien scent was cloying, nauseating. I scrambled up, turning my back on the golden forest, rushing back inside the cabin, towards the black void. Logic, what little I had left, demanded an answer. If that was the window world, what was this? I reached the living room, my eyes fixed on the pulsing white light in the absolute blackness. It was still there, unchanging, unwelcoming. I spun around, looking back at the open front door. The golden light streamed in, illuminating the chaos of the living room. The shattered glass on the floor shimmered in the alien sunshine. Two worlds simultaneously, one a perfect, horrifying void with a pulsing heart, the other, the serene, golden, silent forest that had been my first glimpse of the impossible, and I was trapped between them. Panic gave way to a chilling clarity. This wasn't a hallucination. This was real, and I was no longer an observer. I was now in it, completely. I backed away from the void, from the open front door. I needed to understand. I needed to survive. I closed the front door, slamming it shut with a resounding thud that echoed in the unnerving silence. The golden light was instantly cut off. The cabin was plunged into the dim, gray light of late afternoon in my world, the one that should be outside. My world. I rushed to the kitchen window, peering out, gray, overcast, the familiar, damp, pine-scented air, the faint sound of a distant raven. My world was still there. It hadn't been overwritten. It was just outside the kitchen. But it had been outside the front door just moments ago. I opened the front door again. Golden, silent forest. I closed it. Gray, familiar forest, as seen from other windows. I walked to the living room, stood before the void. The white light still pulsed. I turned, opened the front door. Golden forest. I stepped outside onto the porch. Golden forest. I turned, stepped back inside, closed the door. Normal cabin light. I walked back to the void, still pulsing. It was like the cabin itself was now the anomaly, a bubble of my reality surrounded by something else. And the void was a direct, unstable portal, and the outside of my cabin had become another portal, a stable, albeit terrifying one. I felt a sudden, desperate urge to reach Dr. Vance. She had to know something. This was her cabin, her geological research. Was this connected to her work? Was this why she needed a caretaker to observe this? The satellite phone, useless I'd thought, but now I had to try again. I found it still in my backpack where I'd stuffed it. I powered it on. No signal. I ran outside again, onto the golden porch, held it up, desperately aiming it at the impossibly bright sky. Nothing. I slammed the phone back onto the porch floor, a surge of impotent rage washing over me. This was it. No way out. No one to call. No one to believe me. The sun in the golden forest didn't move. The shadows remained static. The silence was absolute. It was a perfect, beautiful prison. I pulled the notebook from my backpack again. My hands were shaking so much I could barely hold the pen. Day Monday, my time is warped. The window shattered. A colossal eye, black void where the window was, pulsing white light. But the world outside the front door is now the golden window world. My world only visible from other windows. Cabin is a portal, a bubble, trapped. Satellite phone still useless. The entry was disjointed, almost hysterical. I stared at the chaotic scrawl, trying to make sense of it, to impose order on the ultimate chaos. I tried to force myself to think. What happened? The eye pressed through. The window shattered inwards, not outwards, as if it was pulled, and then the eye receded and the portal stabilized into a void, and now the outside. The outside of the cabin, that was the key. When had the cabin itself changed? When I opened the door after the eye receded, that's when I saw the golden forest. Had the cabin been moved, or had its connection to my reality been severed, replaced? The silence of the golden forest felt increasingly menacing. The vibrant beauty was a lie. This was a trap. I decided to venture out, not far, just to the edge of the porch, into the golden sunlight. Every instinct screamed at me to stay inside, to barricade the door. But my curiosity, my desperate need to understand, overrode my fear. I took a deep breath and stepped off the porch, my boots sinking slightly into the unnaturally soft, springy ground. The grass was a deep, almost luminous green. The air was warm, perfectly still, and thick with that sweet metallic scent. I looked up. The sky was a flawless, cloudless blue. No signs of the colossal shadows. No sign of the dark, iridescent towers. They were still far, far away, beyond the visible horizon, I assumed. I took another step, then another. The silence was absolute. It was so profound that it felt like a pressure on my ears, a vacuum. I walked to the nearest tree, a massive pine, impossibly tall, its needles a vibrant emerald. I reached out and touched its bark. It was smooth, not rough like the pines in my world, and it was warm as if it had been basking in the sun for centuries. No lichen, no moss, no insects, perfectly clean. I pulled my hand back, a shiver running down my spine. This wasn't just a different weather pattern. This was a different biology, different physics, perhaps. I turned slowly, surveying the surrounding forest. The trees stretched out in every direction, an endless expanse of vibrant green and warm, smooth bark. No trails, no sign of human intervention, just pristine, alien wilderness. I walked a few more feet, trying to listen, trying to hear anything. A bird, a rustle, a snap of a twig, nothing. The stillness was unnerving. It felt watchful. I turned back towards the cabin. It looked the same, rustic and familiar, but utterly out of place, a brown wooden anomaly in a world of vivid green. Its windows, however, were strange. The kitchen window, the bedroom windows, they all reflected the golden, static light of this new world. No glimpse of my gray, familiar forest. The cabin, it seemed, had fully transitioned. It was no longer a bubble. It was here. Except for the void, the black, pulsing void in the living room wall. I went back inside, pulling the door shut behind me. The cabin felt heavy, close. The air was still and warm. The silence from outside seeped in, making the cabin feel like a tomb. I walked to the living room. The black void, the pulsing white light, it was still there. A direct contradiction to the golden, sunny world outside. My mind started to piece together a new, terrifying hypothesis. What if the window world I had originally seen, the golden, static one, was actually a different reality from the one with the storm and the eye? What if the window had been showing one reality, and the eye, the storm, had been something else, something trying to break between realities? And now my cabin was stuck in that first golden reality, but the void was a direct, raw portal to the entity that tried to break through. It was too much. My head throbbed. I needed food. I needed sleep. But the thought of sleeping in this cabin, with the void just meters away and an alien world outside, it was impossible. I forced myself to eat a granola bar, washing it down with water from my backpack. The generator. I'd forgotten about the generator. It should be running. I listened. Nothing, just the profound silence. I walked to the back of the cabin, cautiously, dreading what I might find. The generator shed was still there, but it looked different. The wood was the same, but the surrounding foliage was that vibrant alien green. I opened the shed door. The generator was still there, a familiar hunk of metal. I reached for the pull cord. It was impossibly heavy. My fingers touched it, and it felt like pulling on a solid steel bar. No give, no resistance. It was fused, welded, as if the very engine had solidified. I tried again with all my might, my muscles strained. Nothing. The generator was dead, useless. No electricity, no radio, no heat. The cabin was now fully isolated, fully cut off. I was truly alone, without any modern conveniences, in an alien landscape, with a gaping void in my living room. Night fell in the golden world, or at least I assumed it did. The light outside the cabin didn't dim. It just stayed, unwavering, a perpetual golden afternoon. But inside, with the generator dead, the cabin slowly succumbed to darkness. I fumbled for my flashlight, clicking it on. The beam cut through the deepening gloom, making the shadows dance. I walked to the living room. The black void with its pulsing white light was the only source of consistent illumination. It pulsed, brighter, dimmer, like a silent, ominous heart. The thought of spending the night here, in the dark, with that thing was unbearable. I considered trying to build a fire, but the wood outside was alien, probably wouldn't burn the same way. And the thought of being visible through the void, or attracting anything from that side, was horrifying. I huddled in the bedroom, fully clothed, wrapped in a thin blanket I'd found. The flashlight beam was directed at the door, my only comfort. Every creak of the old cabin, every imagined rustle of an alien leaf outside sent my heart racing. I kept my eyes closed, trying to block out the image of the pulsing void, the silent, golden forest. Sleep was impossible. My mind raced, cataloging the horrors, trying to find a way out, an explanation. Dr. Vance, her journals, was there anything in there? As the night wore on, the cabin grew colder. The warmth from the golden world outside didn't penetrate. I shivered, not just from the cold, but from a bone-deep dread. At some point, exhausted, I must have drifted off. I woke with a jolt, unsure what had disturbed me. The cabin was still dark, save for the faint glow from the void in the living room. The air was frigid. And then I heard it. A sound from outside. It was faint at first, a low, guttural thrum. It wasn't the roar of the eye creature, but something else, something heavy, something moving. It grew louder, slowly, deliberately, a rhythmic thump, 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 shaking the very ground beneath the cabin. It was approaching. My heart hammered against my ribs. I scrambled out of bed, grabbing the flashlight, pointing it at the bedroom door. My breath hitched in my throat. The thump, thump, thump grew closer, reverberating through the floorboards. It sounded massive, like something with immense weight moving on 2 or 4 legs. I crept to the bedroom window, slowly, cautiously, pulling back the curtain just a fraction. Outside, in the perpetual golden afternoon, something huge was moving through the trees. It was difficult to make out, shrouded in the vibrant green foliage, but I could see glimpses of its form. Dark, iridescent, massive. It was one of the colossal things that had cast the shadows in the window world, but it wasn't above, it was on the ground. It moved slowly, deliberately, its rhythmic footsteps shaking the earth. Its form was indistinct, but I could make out a suggestion of many jointed limbs, a low-slung, segmented body, and a vague metallic sheen. It was like a colossal insect, but far more ancient, far more alien. It wasn't looking at the cabin. It seemed to be moving in a straight line, parallel to the cabin, but slowly, inexorably, towards the front, towards the porch. I backed away from the window, my whole body trembling. This was it, the window world's inhabitants, and they were here, in this world. In my world, that was now their world. I needed to hide, but where? The cabin was small. Any movement, any sound would give me away. I heard it pass the back of the cabin, the thump, thump, thump growing slightly louder, then directly past the bedroom. I could feel the vibrations through the floorboards, through my very bones. The sheer scale of it was terrifying. It paused directly in front of the cabin. The thump, thump, thump stopped. A profound, agonizing silence settled. I held my breath, clutching the flashlight, every muscle tense. I could feel its presence. A vast, unseen weight outside the front door. Was it looking at the cabin? Did it know I was inside? Minutes crawled by. The silence was unbearable, punctuated only by the frantic pounding of my heart. Then a new sound, a scraping, a soft, deliberate scrape against the porch floorboards, followed by another and another. It was moving, slowly, towards the front door. I backed away further, pressing myself into the corner of the bedroom, away from the door, away from the windows. The scraping sounds became more distinct, closer, like immense claws or a hard carapace dragging across wood. It was right there, on the porch. And then a faint, almost imperceptible creak, the front door. It was trying the door. My blood ran cold. The door was locked, bolted, but what was a wooden door against a creature of that size, of that alien power? The creaking stopped, another agonizing silence. And then the sound of sniffing, a soft, wet, sibilant intake of air directly outside the door, then another, and another, as if it was smelling me, scenting me. I squeezed my eyes shut, tears streaming down my face. This was it. I was going to die here, devoured by an alien creature in an alien world. The sniffing stopped. The scraping resumed, slowly, deliberately. This time it seemed to be moving away from the door, across the porch, back down the steps. The thump, thump, thump began again, softer now, receding, moving away from the cabin, back into the golden forest. The vibrations lessened. The sound faded. Within a few minutes, there was nothing but the pervasive, unnerving silence of the golden world. I stayed crouched in the corner, shaking uncontrollably for a long time. My throat was raw from suppressed screams. My body ached. When I finally dared to open my eyes, the cabin was still dark, save for the distant glow of the void. It was gone for now. I spent the rest of the night huddled, paralyzed by fear, unable to move, unable to sleep. Every shadow, every creak, every imagined sound sent new waves of terror through me. When the gray light of my morning finally filtered in through the other windows, the ones that still showed my world, incongruously, a fragile sense of reprieve washed over me. The monster was gone. The golden world was still there, but perhaps it only came out at night in its own internal clock, or was simply less active. I needed to see. I crept to the kitchen window, cautiously pulled back the curtain. Yes, my gray, overcast forest, safe for now. I went to the front door, took a deep breath. Slowly, carefully, I unlocked the deadbolt. My hand trembled as I turned the knob. I opened the door just a crack. Golden light streamed in, the sweet metallic scent wafted in, the silence. And on the porch, clearly visible, were deep, segmented gouges in the wooden planks. 3 long, parallel scrapes like immense claws had been dragged across the wood. They led directly from the edge of the porch to the door and then away. It had been real. It had been right there, sniffing at my door. I closed the door quickly, locking it with a desperate click. The cabin was no longer a sanctuary. It was a prison, and I was bait. I knew I couldn't stay. I had to leave. But where to go? If the entire area around the cabin was now the golden world, then how far did it stretch? Miles, days of hiking, and what else was out there? My Subaru Forester. It was still parked outside, presumably. But was it still in my world? Or was it also in the golden world? And if so, would it even start? Would its engine run on this alien air? I had to try. It was my only hope. I checked my backpack. Water, food, flashlight, first aid, Dr. Vance's notebook, car keys. It wasn't much, but it was all I had. I took another deep breath. This wasn't about contemplation anymore. This was about survival. I made my way to the living room, my gaze fixed on the black void. It still pulsed, the white light a silent, rhythmic beat. I needed to ignore it. Focus. I opened the front door again. The golden world, the gouges on the porch. I stepped out, closing the door firmly behind me. I didn't lock it. There was no point. The air was warm and still. The sweet metallic scent was strong. The silence was absolute. The sun, unwavering, cast no shadows. My Subaru was parked where I'd left it, just a few yards from the porch. It looked utterly out of place, a dull blue metal box in a world of impossible vibrancy. Its surface seemed to absorb the golden light, not reflect it, making it seem even more incongruous. I walked towards it, every step an act of sheer will. My heart hammered. I scanned the tree line, searching for any sign of movement, any hint of another colossal creature. Nothing, just the silent, pristine forest. I reached the car, fumbled for the keys. My hands were shaking so much I almost dropped them. I inserted the key into the driver's side door lock, turned it. The satisfying click was the first normal sound I'd heard in what felt like an eternity. I opened the door, slid into the driver's seat. The familiar scent of old coffee and stale air freshener was a strange comfort. I closed the door, a flimsy barrier against an alien world. I put the key in the ignition, took a deep breath, turned it. The engine sputtered, a weak, pathetic cough, then nothing. I tried again and again. The battery was clearly low, strained by weeks of disuse, now exacerbated by whatever alien energies permeated this world. Each attempt was weaker than the last. The check engine light flickered mockingly. My heart sank, no car, no escape. I hit the steering wheel in frustration, a wave of despair washing over me. Trapped, utterly, completely trapped. I slumped back in the seat, staring out the windshield at the golden, static forest. The silence pressed in. And then I saw it. Movement far in the distance, through the impossibly tall trees. A figure, tall, slender, cloaked in dark, iridescent material. The humanoid. It was moving slowly, deliberately, between the trees. It was still very far away, but it was approaching, walking towards the cabin, towards me. My blood ran cold. This wasn't a colossal beast. This was intelligent. This was the being I had glimpsed through the window, the inhabitant of this impossible world. I ducked down, pressing myself against the passenger seat, trying to be as small and invisible as possible. My breath hitched. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing it away. When I finally dared to open my eyes, peering through the gap between the dashboard and the steering wheel, the figure was closer. Still distant, but its presence was undeniable. It moved with a silent, fluid grace, a dark, elegant silhouette against the vibrant green. I watched, transfixed by a horrifying fascination. It didn't seem to be searching. It seemed to be patrolling, or perhaps it knew. It knew something was here, an anomaly, me. The figure disappeared behind a particularly dense clump of trees, momentarily out of sight. This was my chance. I had to get back to the cabin. It was a flimsy defense, but it was better than nothing. And the void was inside. Perhaps there was something in Dr. Vance's journals. I opened the car door as quietly as possible, sliding out, my movements jerky and rushed. I left the backpack and the notebook inside. I needed to move fast. I sprinted towards the cabin, my boots thudding on the soft, alien ground. My lungs burned, but I pushed myself harder, glancing back over my shoulder. The figure reappeared, closer still. It had emerged from behind the trees, now on a more open stretch of ground. It paused, its head tilting slightly as if listening or looking. It saw me. I knew it did. Even at that distance, I felt the gaze, the utter, chilling certainty of it. Panic, cold and sharp, flooded through me. I didn't stop to think. I just ran. My feet pounded the ground, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I reached the porch, fumbled with the door handle, pushed the front door open, and practically dove inside, slamming the door shut and sliding the deadbolt home with a frantic click. I leaned against the door, gasping for breath, my body shaking. My eyes darted around the cabin. It was dark, save for the pulsing white light of the void. And the cabin was silent. No, not silent. A new sound, a faint, almost imperceptible hum. It was coming from the void, the same deep, resonant thrum I had heard before, just before the eye broke through. My eyes widened in terror. The white light in the void began to pulse faster, brighter. And then a faint, rhythmic tap, tap, tap. It was coming from the door. Not the thumping of the colossal creature, not the scraping of claws. This was lighter, more delicate. The humanoid, it was outside. It had followed me. My mind screamed. How had it moved so fast? It had been far in the distance only moments ago. Its fluid grace wasn't just grace, it was speed, unnatural speed. The tap-tap-tap continued, soft but insistent. It was a rhythmic tapping, like a long, thin finger or a slender rod, gently knocking on the wood. It was almost polite. I backed away from the door, my eyes fixed on it, waiting for it to splinter, to burst inward. The soft, rhythmic tap-tap-tap at the front door was unnerving. It wasn't aggressive, but its very politeness, after the chaos of the night and the relentless fear, made it infinitely more terrifying. It was an intelligent sound, a deliberate gesture. It knew I was there. I stumbled back, pressing myself against the living room wall, away from the door, away from the void. My eyes darted between the two sources of menace. The void hummed, the white light pulsing with increased intensity, a silent internal threat. The door, solid but suddenly fragile, held the alien intelligence. The tapping stopped. My breath hitched, my heart hammered, a frantic drum against my ribs. Had it gone, or was it waiting, listening? Then a new sound, faint but distinct, a whisper. Not a human whisper, but a dry, rustling sound, like parchment rubbing against coarse sand. It seemed to emanate from directly outside the door, right where the tapping had been. It wasn't words, not in any language I knew, but it carried an undeniable sense of inquiry, of probing. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to make myself invisible. My mind reeled. What did it want? How could I communicate? Could it even understand me? The thought was absurd. This was not a friendly neighbor. This was an entity from another reality. The whispering continued for a few agonizing seconds, then faded into the pervasive silence of the golden world. I waited tense for minutes that felt like hours. No more tapping, no more whispering. The profound stillness returned to the cabin, broken only by the void's insistent hum and the frantic beat of my own heart. Slowly, cautiously, I pushed myself off the wall, creeping towards the front door. My hand reached for the peephole, but then I remembered the gouges on the porch, the sheer scale of the other creature. I couldn't risk it, not yet. I needed information. Dr. Vance's notebook. It was still in the car. The car that was now undoubtedly under the watchful eye of the humanoid. I backed away from the door, my gaze returning to the pulsing void. Its hum had intensified slightly, a low thrum that resonated in my bones. The white light pulsed with a faster rhythm, brighter, more aggressive. It was like a silent challenge. Two threats, one outside, one inside, pressing in on me. I needed a weapon, something, anything. My eyes scanned the cabin, an old axe by the fireplace, a heavy cast-iron skillet in the kitchen, useless against a colossal creature perhaps, but against the humanoid or anything that might emerge from the void, it was better than nothing. I grabbed the axe. It was heavy, cold, and surprisingly comforting in my trembling hands. The sharp edge gleamed dully in the dim cabin light. Now what? I couldn't stay here indefinitely. I was running low on food, and the water from my backpack wouldn't last forever. The generator was dead. The car was dead. I was truly stranded. The humanoid, it had approached the cabin, tapped, whispered, and then seemingly left. Was it gone for good, or was it merely retreating to observe? Its intelligence, its deliberate movements, suggested a calculated approach, not a simple retreat. I had to risk it. I had to get the notebook. There had to be something in Dr. Vance's research, some clue, some explanation for all of this. It was my only hope of understanding, of finding a way out. I walked to the front door, the axe clutched tight. My heart was in my throat. I took a deep, shaky breath, then slowly, deliberately slid the deadbolt open. The click echoed loudly in the stillness. I hesitated, my hand on the doorknob. What if it was still out there, waiting? What if it was a trap? I had no choice. I pulled the door open, just a crack. Golden light streamed in, along with the sweet metallic scent. The silence was absolute. I peered out, my eyes scanning the porch, the immediate surroundings. No movement, no dark, iridescent figure. The gouges on the porch planks were still there, stark evidence of the previous night's horror. I opened the door wider, stepping out onto the porch, holding the axe defensively. My gaze darted left, then right, then towards the car. It sat there, a forlorn blue lump in the impossible vibrancy of the golden world. The humanoid was gone. Or so it seemed. The forest stretched out, pristine and still, an endless expanse of luminous green. I moved quickly, descending the steps, making my way towards the Subaru. Each step felt like walking on eggshells. I kept my head on a swivel, my eyes straining to detect any flicker of movement among the impossibly tall, spindly trees. I reached the car, fumbled for the driver's side door handle, pulled it open. The backpack was still inside, sitting on the passenger seat. I snatched it, pulling out Dr. Vance's notebook. It felt heavy in my hands, a tangible link to a world that was rapidly unraveling. I didn't linger. I closed the car door as quietly as possible and hurried back to the cabin, my gaze constantly sweeping the tree line. The hair on the back of my neck prickled. I felt watched. I re-entered the cabin, slamming the door shut and locking it. My chest heaved. I leaned against the door, adrenaline still coursing through me. The cabin was dark, the only light coming from the pulsing white beacon in the void. Its hum was still present, a low thrum that seemed to vibrate in my very bones. I walked to the armchair, the one that was now punctured by glass shards, and sank into it, the axe still clutched in my lap. I opened Dr. Vance's notebook, my hands shaking. My frantic scrawlings were still there, the last entry ending with satellite phone still useless. I flipped past them, searching for Dr. Vance's own notes, her neat, precise handwriting, so calm, so academic. I found a section titled Anomaly Observations. The dates were old, years ago. June 12th entry began. Initial observation of persistent atmospheric distortion in visual spectrum, localized to eastern window of cabin, appears as a golden filter over external landscape. No corresponding physical effects, heat, sound, wind. June 15th, filter maintains integrity, appears static, depicting perpetual mid-afternoon, cannot replicate effect with optics, sensors, or thermal imaging. Phenomenon strictly visual. June 20th, extended observation. No diurnal cycle, no atmospheric changes, no visible life forms. Suggests a stabilized, non-interactive image of an unknown extra-dimensional space. July 1st, hypothesis. The distortion is not an image, but a looking glass into a parallel or pocket dimension. The lack of interaction suggests a fundamental separation, a one-way observation. I swallowed, my throat dry. Her observations were so clinical, so detached, so far from my terrifying reality. She had seen the golden world. She had understood it as a separate dimension. I flipped more pages. The entries became less frequent, then ceased for a long period. Then, a new set of entries, much more recent. The handwriting was slightly less steady, a hint of urgency in the pen strokes. October 27th, re-evaluation of the anomaly. Distinct, new phenomena observed. Shadows. Colossal, transient forms passing overhead within the looking glass. Movement suggests large, complex organisms or structures. Increased frequency and definition in recent days. November 3rd, shadows are accelerating, not random. Appears to be a migration or patrol pattern. Query: interaction between macroorganisms and localized dimensional stability. Is their movement causing minor temporal spatial shifts? November 7th, unsettling development. Flicker in the golden filter. Brief, intermittent power surge like fluctuations, coupled with increased shadow activity, suggests destabilization of the dimensional barrier. If the barrier is weakening, what are the implications for interaction? November 9th, visual corroboration of entities within the golden world. Distant, tall, slender forms observed near central spiral complex. Intelligent life forms. If so, are they aware of the looking glass? Are they aware of us? This changes everything. My initial, non-interactive hypothesis is flawed. November 12th, the filter is changing. Not golden now. Purple, red, violent atmospheric conditions. The entities are still there, but now appear to be struggling or in conflict. A monumental storm. The shadows are enormous, distinct. Something is happening on their side, a breaking point. My hands trembled, turning the page. This was it. She had seen it all. She had predicted it. November 13th, disaster. The barrier is failing. A direct breach. A colossal ocular manifestation appeared within the looking glass, focused directly on the observer. Pressure on the pane. Resonant frequency building. The entity is attempting to cross. The window itself is fracturing. This is no longer observation. This is invasion. The last entry, scrawled furiously, almost illegibly, took up the rest of the page. November 14th, the breach is complete. The window shattered inwards, not outwards, pulled. The cabin is compromised, dimensional integrity failing around the primary portal. Secondary portal manifestation expected. The eye receded. A void, a black, consuming void. The localized reality of the cabin is becoming a nexus. I must prepare. They will come. Both sides, they will use this. They will come for this world. I must secure The entry cut off abruptly. There was a smear of something dark, almost black, at the end of the sentence, like a hurried, panicked hand had brushed across the page before the ink dried. My blood ran cold. They will come. Both sides. Dr. Vance had known. She had seen the eye, the void. She knew about the humanoid entities. She knew the cabin was a nexus. But where was she? I must secure what? Herself. The cabin, the world. I scanned the rest of the notebook. There were no more entries, just blank pages. I leaned back, the notebook falling open on my lap. Dr. Vance was either gone or dead, or she was still here, hiding or trapped somewhere else within this nightmare. She hadn't just been studying geology. She had been studying this impossible, terrifying gateway, and she had known it was coming. The secondary portal manifestation, that was the golden world outside the cabin. The cabin wasn't just in the golden world now. It was a nexus, a junction point between multiple realities. The void led to the eye creature's world. The front door led to the golden world. And from the kitchen window, I could still see my own gray, familiar forest. My own reality was still out there somewhere. I needed to find Dr. Vance. If she was still alive, she was the only one who could explain this, the only one who might know a way to reverse it, or at least survive it. And she had mentioned securing something. What was it? Was there something hidden in the cabin? I stood up, the axe still clutched in my hand. My fear was still present, but it was now laced with a desperate sense of purpose. I wasn't just a trapped observer anymore. I was a participant, and I needed to find answers. I started searching the cabin methodically, frantically. Every drawer, every cupboard under the beds, behind the bookshelves. I was looking for anything. Another journal, a hidden compartment, a weapon, a map, a device. Anything that could shed more light on Dr. Vance's last, desperate entry. The cabin was small but cluttered. Old books, geological samples, dusty equipment. Each item I touched felt like an artifact from a bygone era, from a world that no longer existed. I worked my way through the kitchen first, rummaging through cabinets. Nothing but canned goods, dried pasta, old utensils. The pantry was equally mundane. Then the bedroom, under the mattress, in the wardrobe. Only clothes, a few old personal effects. No hidden compartments. I moved to the bathroom. Medicine cabinet behind the toilet. Nothing. Finally, the living room. The void pulsed, casting its eerie white light across the room. I kept my back to it as much as possible, focusing on the shelves, the fireplace, the floorboards. I moved the armchair aside, checking the floor beneath. Nothing. I ran my hands along the baseboards, looking for a loose panel. Nothing. My gaze fell on the large, ornate stone fireplace. It was an old design, a heavy mantelpiece. I ran my hands over the rough stone, then along the wooden mantelpiece. My fingers brushed against a small, almost invisible seam just beneath the left edge of the mantel. My heart pounded, a hidden catch. I pressed gently. A soft click echoed in the silent cabin. A small section of the wooden mantelpiece swung inwards, revealing a shallow cavity behind it. Inside, nestled in dark velvet, was a single object. It was a device unlike anything I had ever seen. Roughly rectangular, about the size of a paperback book, made of a dark, obsidian-like material that seemed to absorb light, much like the spiral tower and the humanoid's cloak. It had no discernible buttons, no screen, no moving parts, only a smooth, polished surface, and on one side a single glowing symbol. The symbol was a complex, interlocking pattern, glowing with the same cold, pure white light as the void's pulse. It was intricate, almost organic, yet perfectly geometric. It seemed to shift and flow subtly within its own confines. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the device. This was what she was trying to secure. This was alien technology. I reached in and carefully picked it up. It was surprisingly light, almost weightless, and it was cold to the touch, a deep, radiating cold that seemed to sink into my bones. The symbol pulsed in my palm, mirroring the rhythm of the void's light. A faint, almost inaudible hum emanated from it, a high-pitched whine that resonated deep in my ears. As I held it, a strange sensation bloomed in my mind. It wasn't a voice or a thought, but a presence. A vast, ancient, weary intelligence. It felt like being touched by something infinitely old, infinitely powerful, and infinitely sad. A sudden, overwhelming sense of scale, of endless dimensions, of cosmic sorrow washed over me. I gasped, dropping the device onto the armchair. The sudden influx of alien presence was too much. I clutched my head, trying to clear the sensation, to push away the profound, depressing weight. The device lay on the armchair, the white symbol still pulsing, still humming faintly. It seemed to be waiting. I slowly reached for it again, this time with more caution. I picked it up, bracing myself. The sensation returned, less overwhelming this time, as if my mind was beginning to adapt, or perhaps the device was modulating its presence. I held it, focusing on the symbol. What did it do? How did it work? As I stared at the symbol, I felt a faint pull, a subtle distortion in the air around me. Not a physical tug, but something deeper, almost spiritual. It felt like the device was a key, a locus to something immense. I remembered Dr. Vance's words. The localized reality of the cabin is becoming a nexus. And they will come, both sides, they will use this. This device was connected to it all. As I held it, I felt a faint shift in the air, a minute ripple. I looked up. The void. The white light was pulsing even faster now, almost frantic, and its hum had risen in pitch, becoming a strained, high-frequency whine. The cabin began to creak. The floorboards groaned. The walls trembled. Not like an earthquake, but like the very fabric of the cabin, the very fabric of reality, was being stretched, stressed. I clutched the device, my heart pounding. What was happening? Was it the device reacting to the void, or was the void itself reacting to something else? Then I heard it again, a faint thump, thump, thump from outside. The colossal creature, it was back. My blood ran cold. The vibrations in the floorboards intensified, no longer just from the cabin's strain, but from the approaching weight. It was moving faster this time, deliberately, powerfully. and the white light in the void pulsed with frantic urgency, its hum reaching a deafening crescendo. The cabin was caught between two immense, alien forces. I scrambled up, gripping the device and the axe. I couldn't stay here. I couldn't hide. The cabin was failing. I rushed to the kitchen window, peering out. Yes, the gray, familiar forest, my world, it was still there. But the front door led to the golden world, and that was where the colossal creature was now approaching. I had a choice: face the giant insectoid creature in the golden world, or try to escape through the void. The void, which was currently screaming with raw, unbridled energy. Neither option seemed appealing. The thump 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 was now directly outside the cabin, shaking the entire structure violently. Dust rained down from the ceiling. A plate fell from the kitchen counter, shattering on the floor. And then a new sound, a tearing, splintering shriek. It was coming from the front of the cabin. The creature was attacking the door. Panic flared, sharp and intense. I spun around, my eyes darting between the kitchen window and the living room void. The axe, the device, what could I do? The axe was for defense against physical threats. The device, it was a mystery, but it felt powerful, connected. I had to get out. I rushed towards the kitchen, towards the window that showed my world. It was a normal window, not a portal. If I broke it, would I step into my forest? Or would it also become the golden world like the front door? I had to try. I grabbed a heavy chair, positioned it in front of the window, took a deep breath and swung the axe. The glass shattered outwards, not inwards. A satisfying crash filled the cabin, momentarily deafening me. Shards rained down on the damp earth outside. A gust of cold, familiar air swept in, carrying the scent of pine and rain. My world, it was still there. I didn't hesitate. I dropped the axe, scrambling through the broken window, tearing my clothes on the jagged edges, scraping my skin. My boots landed on soft, damp soil. I was out, in my world. I didn't stop, I ran. Ran blindly into the gray, familiar forest, away from the cabin, away from the golden world, away from the black void. The device was still clutched tightly in my hand. I crashed through bushes, stumbled over roots, ignoring the pain, ignoring the cold. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I pushed myself harder. The image of the colossal creature tearing at the cabin, the screaming void driving me forward. The thump 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 faded behind me, replaced by the sounds of my own frantic breathing, the rustle of real leaves, the distant call of a raven. The familiar sounds of my forest, once mundane, were now a symphony of salvation. I ran until my legs gave out, until I collapsed, gasping on the forest floor, hidden beneath a thick canopy of pines. My body trembled uncontrollably. I lay there for a long time, listening, waiting. The silence that followed was a blessing. No strange hums, no alien tapping, no earth-shaking thumps, just the natural sounds of the forest, slowly returning. When I finally dared to push myself up, my muscles screamed in protest. My hands were scraped and bleeding. The device was still clutched in my right hand, cold and humming faintly. I was free, I was in my world, but I was miles from anywhere, deep in the wilderness, without food, without water, without proper shelter. And I had no idea how far the phenomenon extended. Was the cabin still functioning as a nexus? Had the creature from the golden world or the entity from the void followed me? My mind went to Dr. Vance, her last entry. They will come, both sides, they will use this. Was she out here somewhere? Had she escaped through her own window, or was she still trapped? I had to find help. I had to warn someone. But who would believe me? A shattered window, an alien world, a colossal eye, a black void, a humming device. It sounded like madness. I stood up, shaking off the last vestiges of panic, trying to focus. Survival, that was the priority. I needed to move, to find a trail, a road, civilization. I oriented myself, trying to recall the direction of the nearest logging road, the route back to town. It was miles, days of hiking probably, but I had no other choice. As I took my first tentative steps, my eyes fell on the device in my hand. The white symbol pulsed, its faint hum a constant reminder of the nightmare I had just escaped. It was cold, alien, powerful. What if it wasn't just a discovery? What if it was a weapon, or a key to understanding? Dr. Vance had been trying to secure it. Why? I carefully tucked it into the inner pocket of my jacket, next to Dr. Vance's notebook. I needed to protect it. It was my only link to understanding, to potentially reversing what had happened. I walked for hours, fueled by adrenaline and a desperate need for safety. The forest was familiar, comforting in its normalcy. The damp earth, the scent of pine, the rustle of leaves, the occasional call of a bird, each sensation was a small victory, a reaffirmation of my sanity. As the day wore on, the sky remained overcast, a persistent gray. The light began to dim, indicating the approach of evening. I needed to find shelter, or at least a defensible spot. I found a small overhang, a shallow cave-like indentation in a rocky outcrop. It wasn't much, but it offered some protection from the elements. I gathered some dead branches, trying to remember what little I knew about starting a fire without matches. My lighter had been in the car. I rubbed two sticks together, grimacing at the futility. It was cold, damp work, and after several fruitless minutes I gave up, my hands raw and stinging. I huddled under the overhang, pulling my jacket tighter, wishing for a blanket. The thought of sleeping in the open, vulnerable to whatever might be lurking in my own world, let alone the possibility of something having followed me from the others, was terrifying. But the cold was more immediate. I closed my eyes, trying to block out the darkness, the cold, the images of the past few days. The golden world, the purple storm, the colossal eye, the black void, the terrifying thumping, the humanoid's polite tap. It was all too much. Sleep finally claimed me, fitful and disturbed by nightmares of colossal shadows and pulsating eyes. I woke with a start, shivering violently. The cold had seeped into my bones. It was still dark pre-dawn. My stomach growled a hollow ache. I needed food. I pushed myself up, groaning. My body ached, my head throbbed. I needed to keep moving. I started walking again, picking my way through the dark forest, relying on instinct and the faint, pre-dawn light. Hours later, as the sun finally began to break through the clouds, painting the sky with pale oranges and pinks, I stumbled upon it. A trail, faint, overgrown, but undeniably a human trail. My heart soared. Hope, fragile but potent, surged through me. I followed it, forcing myself to a faster pace. The trail led deeper into the forest, weaving between ancient trees. It wasn't a frequently used path, but it was there. After another hour, the trail widened, the trees thinned, and then I saw it. A clearing, and in the middle of the clearing, a cabin. Not Dr. Vance's cabin, This one was smaller, older, more weathered. A plume of smoke drifted lazily from its chimney. A surge of relief, so powerful it almost buckled my knees, washed over me. Human contact, safety. I stumbled forward, breaking into a run, shouting, my voice raw and hoarse from disuse. "Hello, is anyone there? Hello." The cabin door opened. A figure emerged. It was an old man, stooped, with a long white beard and a kindly, weathered face. He wore thick flannel and suspenders and carried a fishing rod. He blinked, peering at me in the early morning light. "Well now," he said, his voice slow and raspy, a comforting sound of normal humanity. "Look what the cat dragged in. You look like you've seen a ghost, young lady." I ran towards him, tears streaming down my face. I need help. My cabin, it's gone. Something terrible happened." He looked at me, his brow furrowing slightly, a gentle concern in his eyes. Whoa, slow down there. Come on in. You look half frozen. We'll get you some coffee, get you warmed up." He led me inside. The cabin was small, rustic, filled with the comforting smell of wood smoke and coffee. A small, crackling fire in the stone hearth cast a warm glow. A kettle whistled on a stove. I sank into a wooden chair by a worn table, utterly exhausted, relief washing over me in waves. This was real. This was normal. The old man, who introduced himself as Silas, poured me a steaming mug of coffee. It was strong and hot, and I clutched it with both hands, feeling the warmth spread through me. "Now," Silas said, sitting opposite me, his gaze kind and patient. "What happened? You said your cabin's gone." I looked at him, trying to gather my thoughts, to find the words. How could I even begin? It's Dr. Vance's cabin," I started, my voice still hoarse. "I was taking care of it. There was a window. It changed. It became another world. Then it shattered. There was an eye, a black void, and outside the forest changed. It was like that other world, and creatures, huge things, a humanoid." As I spoke, Silas's kind eyes remained fixed on me. He didn't interrupt, didn't scoff. He just listened, his expression unchanging, a faint, almost imperceptible shift in his gaze. When I finished, breathless, trembling, Silas remained silent for a long moment, stirring his own coffee. The only sound was the crackling fire and the whistling kettle. Finally, he looked up, a strange glint in his eyes. Another window, and the void, and the eye. I stared at him, my blood running cold. You know about it." He took a slow sip of his coffee. "Heard stories, child, old stories. This forest, it ain't just trees and critters. It's special. Always has been. The old ones, they called it the Veil of Worlds, places where the threads get thin." "The Veil of Worlds," I whispered, my mind reeling. Silas nodded. "My family's been here for generations. Keeper of the old ways, some might say. Watchers, we've always known about the thin spots, known to stay away from them and to keep others away." He paused, his gaze growing sharper. "Dr. Vance, she was one of the curious ones, always poking where she shouldn't. Came up here a few years back asking questions about the strange lights, the unexplained phenomena. Told her to leave well enough alone. Some things ain't meant to be understood. But she built that cabin right next to one of them, didn't she?" I stammered. Silas sighed, "Right on top of one. A very old, very active one by the sounds of it. The eye gate, some called it. A place where the watchers from the between, they could peek through. And sometimes, if they got hungry, they could reach." "The watchers from the between." "The colossal shadows you saw," Silas explained, his voice low. They ain't just shadows. They're vast, ancient things that drift between realities. They don't belong in any one world. They seek the energy, the life force of others. The I that was just a tiny part of one pressing through. My head swam. This old man, living alone in the wilderness, spoke of interdimensional entities and portals with a calm, matter-of-fact tone. He believed me. More than that, he knew. What about the golden world? I asked, gripping the mug. And the humanoids, the ones with the dark cloaks. Silas frowned. That's a new one, or a different one. The veil, it's not always just two sides. Sometimes other places brush up against it. Other pockets, other dimensions. Usually they don't stick. They pass by like boats in a fog, but a permanent fixture, that's concerning. He looked at me intently. You say it's outside your cabin now, not just through a window. I nodded, explaining how the cabin had transitioned, how my own forest was now only visible from the kitchen window, but the front door led to the golden world. Silas's eyes widened slightly. A true nexus, the cabin itself, that's unprecedented, a stable crossing point. You didn't just escape the eye gate, child. You brought a piece of the veil with you. I have something else, I said, remembering the device. I pulled it from my inner pocket, placing it on the table. The white symbol pulsed faintly, its hum almost imperceptible in the warmth of the cabin. Silas stared at it, his expression unreadable. He reached out a gnarled finger, slowly, cautiously, touching the obsidian-like surface. The white symbol brightened, pulsed faster, and the faint hum intensified. Well, I'll be, Silas murmured, a note of awe in his voice. The key, so she did find it, or make it. All the key. The ancient tales speak of it, a device that can open or close the veil, or at least stabilize a thin spot. Some say it can even draw forth or banish those who dwell within. A great power, dangerous in the wrong hands, or even in the right hands if you don't know how to use it. He looked at me. Dr. Vance was looking for this, wasn't she? I nodded, remembering her last, frantic entry. She was trying to secure something. This must be it. She was trying to control the uncontrollable, Silas said, shaking his head. A fool's errand. The veil cannot be commanded, only respected, only understood. He paused, his gaze distant. And you, child, you've stumbled into the heart of it. You're holding a piece of immense power and you don't even know what it does. Can it close the void? I asked desperately. Can it put things back to normal? Silas looked at the device, then back at me. Maybe, maybe not. The veil is broken now. A full breach. The eye gate is open. And the golden world, it seems to have anchored itself to your cabin. A mess. A terrible mess. He sighed, leaning back. But you're here now, safe for a bit. We have to do something, I insisted. We can't just let it be. The eye gate, the watchers, they're dangerous. And the humanoids in the golden world, they followed me. Silas nodded slowly. Indeed, you're right, we can't ignore it. The veil is bleeding, and if it bleeds too much, all worlds suffer. He stood up, his gaze resolute. First you eat, you rest, then we talk, properly, about what we do, and how we use that key. He gestured to a small cot in the corner of the cabin. Sleep, I'll keep watch. Nothing gets in here that I don't invite. There was a quiet strength in his voice, a deep knowledge that was both comforting and terrifying. I lay down on the cot, exhausted, but a new sense of purpose beginning to stir within me. I wasn't alone anymore. Silas believed me, and he seemed to know things, ancient things, about this phenomenon. The device, the key, was still on the table, pulsing softly. Its hum was a lullaby, a constant, low thrum that echoed the rhythm of my own frantic heartbeat. I closed my eyes, sleep finally claiming me. My own frantic heartbeat. I closed my eyes, sleep finally claiming me, a deep, dreamless void that offered a brief reprieve from the relentless terror. When I woke, the cabin was still dark, but a faint gray light filtered through the small, grimy window pane. The smell of coffee and wood smoke was stronger, more immediate. I stretched, my muscles protesting, every inch of me aching from the previous day's ordeal. But the cold, the deep, bone-chilling cold of the forest night was gone. Silas had kept the fire going. I sat up, the thin blanket falling away. The key was still on the table, its symbol a faint, steady pulse in the dim light. Silas was sitting by the fire, sharpening a long hunting knife with a rhythmic, rasping sound. He looked up as I stirred. "Morning, sleepyhead," he said, his voice quiet. "Coffee's hot. There's some oats on the stove if you're hungry." My stomach growled a fierce protest. I climbed off the cot, my legs stiff, and walked to the small wooden table. Silas poured me a steaming mug of coffee and handed me a bowl of thick, warm oatmeal. It tasted like heaven. "Thank you, Silas," I managed, my voice still rough, "for everything." He grunted, returning to his knife sharpening. "No thanks needed. We're in this together now. The veil's bleeding, as I said, and you're the one who walked right out of the wound, carrying the Band-Aid." He gestured with his chin at the key. "So," I began, taking another fortifying sip of coffee. "You said we need to talk. What do we do?" Silas put down his knife, placing it carefully on a small leather cloth. He leaned forward, his elbows on his knees, his gaze fixed on the pulsing key. "First, we need to understand that thing, and then we need to understand the eye gate and the golden world. They're connected, but they ain't the same. Each has its own rules, its own dangers." "You called the golden world a new one, or a different one yesterday," I recalled. "Why is that?" "The eye gate, the watchers from the between," Silas explained, his voice low and serious. "They're an old story. They've always been there, pressing against the veil. Sometimes they send feelers, try to break through, but the veil usually holds. The cabin was built on an old, thin spot, a place where the barrier between worlds was weak. Dr. Vance, bless her curious but foolish heart, poked at it too much. She drew the watcher's attention, made the thin spot thinner. And then the full breach, the eye, the void." He paused, taking a slow breath. "But the golden world, that's different. The stories, the old ones, they never spoke of a world appearing. Always glimpses, flickers of other places. But for a whole world to anchor itself like that, to replace your own reality around the cabin, that's unprecedented. It's like the chaos of the eye gate breach somehow tore open another stable connection, pulling your cabin into a second reality. A reality that also has its own inhabitants." "The humanoid," I murmured, recalling its unsettling politeness, "and the colossal creature." "Indeed," Silas confirmed. "Two different realities, now both vying for control of that cabin, or using it as a gateway. Your cabin ain't just a cabin anymore. It's a dimensional bridgehead." "So what can the key do?" I asked, my gaze drawn back to the device. Silas picked it up, cradling it in his palm. The white symbol pulsed, brighter now, responding to his touch. "The stories say it's a locus of stability. It can either strengthen the veil, making it thicker and pushing unwanted realities back, or it can be used to pull something through or even open new pathways. It's like a universal remote for dimensional physics, but it's powered by, well, by consciousness, by will, and by raw energy from the veil itself." "Consciousness, will," I repeated, confused. "What does that mean?" "It responds to your intent," Silas explained. "Or rather, the intent of whoever holds it. You wish to close a breach. It amplifies that wish, channels the veil's energy to make it happen. You wish to open one, same thing. It's a tool, but a tool that requires immense focus and understanding of its underlying principles. Otherwise, you're just waving a stick in the dark. He handed the key back to me. It felt cold, but now carried a strange sense of familiarity. The faint hum was constant. And you, child, have a unique connection to it now. You were the one who carried it out of the nexus. You're the one it's responded to. You're the wielder, whether you like it or not. I gripped the key, feeling the subtle presence within it, the vast, ancient intelligence. So I can close the void, send the golden world away. Theoretically, Silas said, his eyes narrowed. But it's not that simple. The veil is broken at your cabin. It's not a single tear, it's a complex rupture. We don't know the full extent of the damage. We don't know if closing one breach will just open another or make the whole thing worse. And the creatures, the watchers, the golden world inhabitants, they might not take kindly to their new playground being shut down. Dr. Vance's notebook said they would use the cabin, I recalled, pulling the notebook from my pocket. And they will come, both sides. She knew this was going to happen. She was trying to secure the key, Silas confirmed. Probably thought she could use it to fix her mess. She was a brilliant woman, but blinded by her own intellect. Didn't understand that some things are beyond human control. This ain't geology, child. This is cosmic ecology. So what's the plan? I asked, looking at the key, then at Silas. We can't just let the cabin sit there, open to other worlds. Silas nodded grimly. No, we can't. The bleeding needs to stop. This nexus you've created, it's a beacon. Sooner or later, more things will be drawn to it. And if the Watchers fully establish a foothold, or those golden worlders decide to expand, this forest, this world, could be in serious trouble. We need to go back, I stated, the words feeling heavy but right, to the cabin. Silas didn't flinch. I figured you'd say that, but we don't go in blind. We need a strategy. We need to assess the situation, and you need to learn how to use that thing. He pointed to the key. You can't go waving that around hoping for the best. It'll do more harm than good. How do I learn? Focus, Silas instructed, his voice firm. Concentrate. Think about what you want it to do. Don't just wish. Intend. Visualize. This device is a conduit for power, but the power itself is raw. Your will is the filter, the shaping force. He paused. Try to feel the hum. The deeper hum, not just the high-pitched whine. Feel the connection. It's like an extension of yourself. I closed my eyes, gripping the key. I tried to clear my mind, to push away the fear, the hunger, the cold. I focused on the faint hum, trying to perceive it as more than just a sound. It was a vibration, a frequency, a resonance within my own being. The sensation of vast, ancient intelligence returned, but this time I tried not to fight it. I let it flow, a gentle current through my mind. I imagined a wall, a solid, impenetrable barrier. I pictured the shimmering golden world, the black void, the colossal eye, and I willed them to be separate, to be pushed away. Nothing happened. The key hummed, its symbol pulsed. But no sudden shifts in reality, no dramatic displays of power. Silas watched me patiently. It takes practice, child, and the veil ain't a light switch. You're trying to mend a complex tear. Think smaller, think simpler. Can you feel its presence, the energy it channels? I open my eyes. I feel something, a connection. Like it's a part of me, but also something vast and old. Good, Silas nodded. That's the start. Now try something else. Think about a small alteration, a minor stabilization, a momentary clarity. He paused, looking at a small, framed photo on his mantelpiece, a faded image of a younger Silas with a woman and 2 children. Look at that picture. Imagine you want to see the people in it more clearly. Bring them into sharper focus. Use the key to filter out the dust, the fading, the years. I picked up the photo. It was old, the colors muted, the faces indistinct. I held the key over it, trying to follow Silas's instructions. I focused, not on the photo itself, but on the intent to clarify, to sharpen, to bring into being a more perfect image. I willed the key to act as a lens, a refiner. The white symbol on the key pulsed slightly faster. A faint ripple seemed to pass over the photo, a barely perceptible shimmer. And for a fleeting instant, the faces in the picture seemed to sharpen, the colors brighter, the edges more defined. Then, just as quickly, it faded. I gasped. I saw it. It worked. Silas smiled, a rare, genuine smile. See, it's not about big, dramatic gestures. It's about subtle influence, about channeling intent. The veil is a living thing, child. It responds to focus. You just made a micro-adjustment to reality, filtering out the entropic decay on a tiny scale. It's like learning to steer a battleship by wiggling your toes. Takes time, takes practice, but you have the knack. But how does that help with the eye gate or the golden world? It helps because it shows you can wield it, Silas said. We need to go back to the cabin, but we need to be prepared. We can't go barging in. The humanoid, the watchers, they'll be aware. They'll be watching. What kind of preparation? Knowledge, Silas replied, and a distraction. We need to lure them away, or at least give us a window to work. The key is powerful, but not a universal weapon. It's a tool for manipulating reality, not smashing things. He stood up, walking to a large, battered wooden chest in the corner of the cabin. He opened it, revealing a collection of strange items. Dried herbs, small, intricately carved wooden totems, bundles of animal fur, and a few old, leather-bound books. These are the old ways, Silas said, pulling out a small leather pouch filled with a pungent, earthy-smelling powder. Distraction, deterrence. The Watchers are drawn to high-energy signatures, to life force. They can be diverted sometimes with an overwhelming but false signal. He rummaged further, pulling out a small, polished stone with strange symbols etched into its surface. This for the Golden Worlders. They're intelligent. They're drawn to anomaly, to novelty. Perhaps a different kind of signal. He looked at me. We'll gather what we need. Then we wait for nightfall. The Golden World stays perpetually afternoon, but the eye-gate side in our world, they still follow the sun. It's a chaotic intersection, but at night on our side, things are generally quieter. The Watchers are less active during the day of their dimension, and the Golden World creature seemed to be more active during its night. But the humanoid, it was active when you escaped. It saw me, I confirmed, a chill running down my spine. It moved so fast. Then we need to be faster, or smarter, Silas said. First, rest more, eat, you'll need your strength, and keep that key close. Learn its hum, listen to it. It has its own subtle language. I spent the rest of the day in Silas's cabin, eating the sparse but nourishing food he provided, and trying to practice with the key. I focused on small things, making the flame in the hearth burn a little brighter, making the coffee a little hotter, making the shadows in the corner a little clearer. Each attempt brought a fleeting success, a subtle shift that was almost imperceptible, but undeniably there. The more I focused, the more the key seemed to hum in response, its presence growing less alien, more cooperative. It was like learning to play a complex instrument where the instrument itself was alive. As dusk began to settle outside, turning the forest into shades of deep blue and purple, Silas began to prepare. He packed a small canvas bag with his strange collection of items and 2 small rations of dried meat and berries. He handed me a sturdy, heavy-bladed knife. For protection, he said, against anything that might try to grab you on our side of the veil. He also showed me how to apply a certain herb paste to my skin, a foul-smelling concoction. It masks your scent, child, makes you less obvious to the wild, and sometimes it can fool other things. The watchers, they see energy they don't smell, but the golden world creatures, they might have different senses. I applied the paste, grimacing at the smell. It was a musky, metallic scent that permeated my clothes. Ready? Silas asked, pulling on a thick woolen jacket. His eyes in the dim light seemed ancient, filled with a profound knowing. I nodded, clutching the key, as I'll ever be. We stepped out of the cabin into the cold, silent forest. The moon was a sliver, casting long, distorted shadows. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. The familiar sounds of the night, the hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves, were strangely comforting after the oppressive silence of the golden world. Silas led the way, moving with a silent, agile grace that belied his age. He seemed to navigate the forest by instinct, his senses attuned to every whisper of the wind, every snap of a twig. I followed closely, my heart thumping, the key a cold, humming weight in my hand. We walked for what felt like hours, deeper into the wilderness. Silas took a circuitous route, avoiding what he called known weak spots in the vale. He moved like a hunter, constantly scanning, constantly listening. Eventually, we began to approach the area where my cabin was. The air grew stiller, colder, even in the depths of the forest. The usual sounds of nocturnal life faded, replaced by an unsettling silence. The trees seemed to grow unnaturally tall, their branches gnarled and twisted, casting deeper, darker shadows. "We're close," Silas whispered, his voice barely audible. "The air's thin here. Feel it." I did. It was a subtle pressure, a quiet hum that was distinct from the key's own vibration. It felt like walking into a bubble, a place where the normal rules of the world were stretched, distorted. We moved slower now, more cautiously. Silas stopped frequently, pressing his ear to the ground, sniffing the air, his eyes scanning the tree line. Then he held up a hand. We froze. "Smell that," he whispered. "Sweet, metallic. That's the breath of the golden world. It's bleeding into ours." My stomach clenched, that scent. It brought back all the terror. We crept forward even more slowly. The faint, sweet smell grew stronger. Then I saw it. Through the gaps in the trees, a shimmering, golden glow. My cabin, or rather, what was left of it. Silas led me to a vantage point, a small rise overlooking the clearing where the cabin stood. We crouched behind a thick bush, peering through the foliage. The cabin was still there, but it looked different. The front of it, the side facing the golden world, was twisted and splintered. Massive gouges marred the walls, and the front door hung askew, shattered inwards. The porch was almost completely gone, ripped away as if by immense force. The colossal creature had done a thorough job. But it was the light that was most striking. The golden, perpetual afternoon light streamed from the front of the cabin, pushing back the darkness of our night. It was an impossible, unsettling beacon in the otherwise dark forest. From the kitchen window, facing our world, I could still see the gray, familiar forest, but the edges seemed soft, hazy, as if the connection was weakening or being overwhelmed. And the void, the black, pulsing void, was still there, visible through the shattered remnants of the living room wall. Its white light pulsed, but it seemed dimmer now, its hum less frantic, almost subdued. "The eye gate's quiet," Silas murmured, observing the void. Perhaps the Watcher retreated after its initial attack, or perhaps the structural damage to the cabin created a temporary deterrent. But the golden world is still there, I whispered, pointing to the unnerving light. Aye, Sailors confirmed, still anchored, and look, he pointed to the ruined porch. There, moving slowly through the golden light, was the humanoid. It was inspecting the damage to the cabin. Its dark, iridescent cloak seemed to absorb the golden light, making it a silhouette of impossible depth. It moved with that same fluid grace, its head tilted, as if examining the torn wood, the gouged earth. It paused, then reached out a slender, multi-jointed arm, touching the splintered remains of a doorframe. It wasn't just a physical creature, it was an observer, a surveyor. It's assessing the damage, Silas explained, his voice low, trying to understand what happened, what caused the breach, what attacked the structure. It doesn't seem to be aware of us yet. What do we do? I asked, my heart hammering against my ribs. First, we draw its attention away from the cabin, Silas decided. We need to get inside if we can. The key needs to be used from within the Nexus itself to directly influence the breach points. He pulled out the pouch of pungent powder. This is for the Golden Worlder. It's a localized, high-frequency energetic disruptor. Won't harm it, but it'll create a burst of interference, a static that should draw its attention, and perhaps confuse it. He sprinkled some of the powder on a flat stone, then handed me a small, flint-like rock. Strike it, hard, generate a spark. The powder will ignite in a burst of light and sound. Aim it away from the cabin, towards the deeper forest. I took the flint, my hands trembling. Silas pointed to a spot about 50 yards to our left, deeper into the Golden World's forest, where a particularly dense cluster of emerald pines stood. There, get its attention. While it's distracted, we move. I took a deep breath, gripping the key in my other hand. I focused, willed the key to enhance the spark, to amplify the effect of the powder. I brought the flint down hard. Crack! A blinding flash of golden light erupted, accompanied by a sharp, crackling sound that ripped through the silence. A cloud of shimmering, iridescent dust billowed upwards, briefly obscuring the trees. The humanoid froze. Its head snapped towards the disturbance, its movements sudden and jerky, a stark contrast to its previous fluid grace. It paused for a moment, then, with that incredible speed, it vanished into the golden forest, moving towards the source of the flash. Now, Silas hissed, go. We scrambled down the rise, moving as fast as possible towards the cabin. The golden light spilled from the damaged front, creating an eerie, perpetual twilight. The smell of the golden world was overwhelming. We reached the shattered porch. The front door was a mess of splinters and torn wood. It was clear the colossal creature had attacked it with immense force. In here, Silas urged, pushing aside a broken beam, careful of the shards. We crawled through the gaping hole where the door once was, into the living room. The golden light streamed in from the front, bathing the room in an unsettling glow. The black void, however, still pulsed its faint, white light, now a muted presence. The cabin was a wreck. Furniture was overturned, items scattered, and the floor was littered with splintered wood and glass. The void, though subdued, was still a chilling sight. All right, Silas whispered, standing in the middle of the room, scanning the three distinct connections. The golden world outside the shattered front, the void on the wall, and the kitchen window, still showing our gray forest. The cabin is indeed a nexus, three realities tenuously held. What now? I asked, gripping the key. Its hum had intensified slightly, as if sensing its proximity to the breaches. You need to stabilize this mess, Silas instructed. Start with the eye gate, the void. It's the most dangerous. The Watchers are vast and ancient. They don't play by rules. The Golden Worlders they seem to observe, to study, but the Watchers they consume. How do I stabilize it? Focus the key on the void, Silas said, guiding my hand. Feel the presence of the Watcher, the immense ancient force. Then, intent to contain it, to push it back. Not to close it entirely, not yet. Just to reinforce the veil around it. To make it a looking glass again, not a doorway. I stood before the void, the pulsing white light casting a ghostly glow on my face. It felt cold, immense, terrifying. I raised the key, pointing it directly at the black maw. I closed my eyes, trying to clear my mind to focus my will. I imagined a wall, a strong, unyielding barrier. I pictured the void as a whole, and the key as the instrument to mend it, to weave the fabric of reality back together. I focused on the idea of containment, of separation, of boundaries. The key in my hand began to vibrate, a low thrum that resonated through my entire body. The white symbol on its surface pulsed with greater intensity, mirroring the void's own light, but then slowly, subtly, dominating it. The hum from the void began to change. The high-pitched whine that had been present earlier was replaced by a deeper, more resonant thrum, a sound that seemed to emanate from the very core of reality. The void's white light began to dim, not rapidly, but slowly, steadily, as if something was draining its energy. The cabin began to creak and groan around us, but this time it felt different. Not the violent tearing of the colossal creature, but a deep, resonant vibration, as if the very foundations of reality were being reset. I felt a resistance, a subtle pushback from the void, a faint, almost imperceptible surge of ancient power, cold and alien, tried to dislodge my focus. But I pushed back, channeling my fear, my desperation, my will into the key. Contain, separate, push back. Slowly, agonizingly, the white light in the void faded further, shrinking, becoming a mere pinpoint of light in the vast blackness. The blackness itself seemed to recede, to flatten, to lose its depth. It was no longer a doorway. It was becoming a window again. I opened my eyes, gasping for breath, sweat beading on my forehead. The void was still there, a dark rectangle on the wall, but now it was like a pane of dark glass. The white light was barely visible, a distant star, and the hum it was almost gone, a faint whisper in the stillness. You did it, Silas breathed, his voice filled with awe. You pushed it back. The eye gate is contained. I sagged, utterly drained, but a surge of exhilaration coursed through me. I had done it. I had used the key. Now for the golden world, Silas said, his voice more urgent. The humanoid won't be distracted for long. I turned, still clutching the key, looking at the gaping hole where the front door had been. The golden light, though still pervasive, seemed to have lost some of its unnatural vibrancy, its edge. How do I push it back? I asked, my voice weak. How do I bring my world back? This one is more complex, Silas admitted, his brow furrowed. It's not just a breach, it's an anchor. The cabin itself is embedded. We need to cut the anchor, to tell the cabin to revert to its original reality. It's a fundamental recalibration of the nexus. He placed a hand on my shoulder. This requires more than just containment. It requires a statement, a declaration of belonging. You need to show the key, show the veil that this cabin belongs here, in our world, and that the golden world has no claim. And how? Feel the difference, Silas instructed. Feel the hum of the golden world, that sweet metallic scent, the stillness. Then contrast it with the hum of our world, the pine, the damp earth, the sounds of life. Visualize the cabin being ripped free, like a deep-rooted tree being pulled from foreign soil and replanted in its rightful place. I walked to the gaping doorway, staring out at the golden forest. The silence, the unnatural light, the sweet, cloying scent. I hated it. It was a beautiful lie. I closed my eyes again, raising the key. I focused on the golden world, on its alien nature, on its intrusion. Then I remembered my own forest, the gray skies, the familiar trees, the sound of rain, the feel of damp earth underfoot. My home, my reality. I visualized the cabin, its rustic wood, its familiar structure. I imagined it rooted, not in the luminous green, but in the dark, rich soil of my own world. I willed the key to sever the golden connection, to pull the cabin back, to declare its allegiance to my reality. The key began to hum again, vibrating with immense power. This time the sensation was different. It wasn't just containment. It was a wrenching, a tearing, a fundamental restructuring. A high-pitched shriek ripped through the air, not from the key, not from the void, but from the golden world itself. A sound of protest, of pain, of something immense being ripped away. The golden light outside the cabin began to flicker, rapidly, violently. It pulsed, then dimmed, then brightened again, like a dying star. The sweet, metallic scent twisted, becoming acrid, almost sulfurous. The cabin began to shake violently. This wasn't just creaking. This was a deep, resonant rumble that shook the very ground beneath us. Dust rained down in sheets. More items fell and shattered. "Keep going," Silas yelled over the din. "Don't break focus. It's fighting back." I gritted my teeth, pouring every ounce of my will into the key. I could feel the golden world's immense, silent anger, its resistance. It was like wrestling with a mountain. But I pushed, I pulled, I strained. My world, this cabin, my world. The golden light outside the cabin shattered, not like glass, but like a mirage breaking. It dissolved, flickering into 1,000 motes of light that vanished into nothingness. The sweet, acrid scent evaporated. The silence was replaced by the familiar sounds of our night, the distant hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves, the gentle creak of the old cabin. And in front of me, where the golden forest had been, was now the dark, familiar expanse of my own woods. The shattered doorframe still lay on the ground, but beyond it, the trees were dark, real, mundane. I gasped, the key falling from my trembling fingers onto the floor. It hummed, softly, then went completely silent, its white symbol fading until it was just an obsidian stone. The cabin shuddered one last time, then settled. The creaking stopped. The dust slowly settled. Silas rushed to the shattered doorway, peering out. He looked back at me, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and relief. "You did it, child. You truly did it. The golden world, it's gone. The cabin is back in our reality." I rushed to the kitchen window just to confirm. Yes, the same gray forest, but now it felt right. The connection felt solid, real. The black void on the living room wall was still there, but it was just a dark rectangle, a memory of a threat, its white light completely extinguished. I sank to the floor, exhausted, exhilarated, trembling. I had closed the eye gate. I had banished the golden world. I had saved the cabin. "What about the humanoid?" I asked, suddenly remembering. Did it go back too? Silas paused, his expression serious. "We don't know, child. The golden world was a pocket dimension. When you severed its anchor to our reality, it likely retreated back to its own existence. But whether the inhabitants are still lurking, whether they can still find a way back, remains to be seen. These things they remember. They don't forget where they found a doorway. Then the colossal creature. It too, Salas affirmed. For now the cabin is safe. The veil is thicker here. The breaches are mended. He picked up the key. It was cool and smooth in his hand, lifeless. It needs to rest, to recharge. It used a lot of energy. So it's over, I asked, a fragile hope blossoming in my chest. Silas looked at me, a solemn expression on his face. No, child, this is far from over. You didn't just mend the veil. You used the veil. You proved that such power exists and that it can be wielded. The Watchers from the Between, they will know. The Golden Worlders, they will know. You are now on their radar. You have drawn attention. And this key, it is a beacon, a powerful one. My fragile hope shattered. What do you mean? The veil is always in flux, Silas explained. Always thinning and thickening in different places. What you did here was monumental. You created a massive surge of focused energy, a ripple throughout the multiverse. Everything that exists in the spaces between realities, everything that dwells on the edges of the veil, they will have felt it. They will be curious, and some of them will be drawn to it, to you. I stared at him, my blood running cold again. I hadn't solved the problem. I had just made myself a target. So what do we do now? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Silas looked at the key, then out at the dark forest. Now we get out of here. Fast. This cabin, as much as you just saved it, is still a dangerous place. The residual energy, the memory of the breaches, it's a magnet. We need to go deeper into the forest, to a place where the veil is thick, where your energy signature will be harder to detect. And then, Silas said, looking at me with a grim determination, we prepare for what comes next. You have the key, child. You have power, but power attracts power, and you've only just begun to understand what that means. He helped me to my feet. My body ached, but my mind was racing. This was not an ending. It was a new beginning, a new, terrifying chapter in a story I had unwittingly stumbled into. Gather what you can, Salas instructed. Food, water, anything useful. We won't be coming back here for a while. I moved through the damaged cabin, grabbing my backpack, filling it with what was left of my supplies. The generator was still dead, fused. The satellite phone still useless. But I had Dr. Vance's notebook and the dormant key in Silas's hand. As I finished packing, Silas was already at the kitchen window, peering out into the night. Come on, he urged. We don't have much time. Something's stirring. I can feel it. I looked out the window. The gray forest was still there, but a new sensation prickled at the back of my neck. A faint, distant hum. Not the key's hum, not the void's hum, but something else. Something vast and powerful. We slipped out through the broken kitchen window, back into the familiar, yet now infinitely more menacing, forest. Silas moved with renewed urgency, pulling me along. This way, he directed, cutting a path through the dense undergrowth. We head for the old sanctuary, a place where the veil is strongest, where the old ones sought refuge. We walked for what felt like endless hours, deeper and deeper into the wilderness. The hum. A deep, resonant vibration that seemed to ripple through the very ground beneath my feet. It was faint at first, barely a whisper, but it grew steadily, subtly, with each hurried step we took. It wasn't a sound that hit the ears directly, but one that reverberated in the chest, a low thrum that spoke of immense, approaching power. Keep moving, Silas urged, his voice tight with urgency. He didn't look back, his eyes fixed on the path ahead, or rather, the path he was forging through the dense undergrowth. He moved with a speed and agility that defied his age, a silent, almost ghost-like figure in the gloom. I stumbled behind him, my legs burning, my lungs aching, but the primal fear that now gnawed at my insides pushed me onward. The forest itself seemed to respond to the hum. Trees, once familiar and comforting, now loomed like dark, twisted sentinels. The air grew heavy, thick with an unseen presence, a pressure that made it hard to breathe. The cold intensified, seeping into my bones despite our frantic pace. I clutched my jacket tighter, the dormant key a silent weight in my pocket, a constant reminder of the chaos I had unleashed. The hum intensified. It was no longer distant. It felt like it was all around us, encompassing the entire forest. It pulsed, a slow, deliberate beat like a colossal heart drumming beneath the earth, and with each pulse the trees around us seemed to shudder. Not physically, but a subtle distortion, a blurring at the edges of my vision, as if the very fabric of reality was stretching, thinning. "What is it?" I gasped, my voice barely audible above the hum. "The veil," Silas whispered without turning. "It's reacting. Your actions, they sent out a ripple. And now the deep things stir, things that lurk in the space between." I glanced behind us. There was no direct pursuit, no crashing through the undergrowth. But the oppressive presence grew stronger, an unseen weight pressing down. I imagined colossal shadows, vast eyes, drawn by the beacon I had become. Silas suddenly veered sharply to the left, ducking under a low-hanging branch. "Faster now," he commanded. "The old paths are strongest. They offer some shielding." He led us into a thicket so dense, I thought we would never get through. Thorny bushes clawed at my clothes, branches whipped at my face, but Silas moved through them as if they weren't there, his movements precise and economical. I followed, gritting my teeth, ignoring the scrapes and cuts, focusing only on the shadowy figure ahead. The hum seemed to recede slightly as we plunged deeper into the dense overgrowth, replaced by the rustle of leaves and the frantic beat of my own heart. It was a temporary reprieve, a momentary illusion of safety, but I clung to it. After what felt like an eternity, the thicket began to thin. We emerged into a clearing, a small, circular space bathed in an unnatural, silvery light. There was no moon, yet the clearing was illuminated as if by a hidden light source. The trees surrounding it were ancient, their trunks impossibly thick, their branches interwoven to form a dense canopy. The air here was different. It felt solid, stable. The oppressive hum was gone, replaced by a profound silence. "This is it," Silas breathed, coming to a halt. He scanned the clearing, his eyes sharp. "The sanctuary. One of them anyway. The veil is thick here, woven tight by generations of intent and natural resonance. It will mask our presence, at least for a while." I collapsed onto the damp earth, utterly spent, my muscles screaming in protest. I lay there for a moment, gasping, feeling the relative safety of the place wash over me. The silence was a balm, a welcome relief after the terrifying hum. Silas surprisingly didn't rest. He began to move around the edge of the clearing, touching the ancient tree trunks, murmuring under his breath. He pulled out a small leather pouch from his bag, sprinkling its contents, a fine silvery powder, at the base of each tree. It glittered faintly in the unnatural light, then vanished. "What are you doing?" I asked, pushing myself up, my voice hoarse. "Reinforcing the wards," Silas replied without looking at me. "These trees, they're alive with the veil's energy. They've stood here for millennia, anchoring this reality. The old ones, my ancestors, they understood this. They knew how to encourage the veil's strength here, how to make it a fortress against the between." He finished his work, then sat down heavily beside me, finally allowing himself a moment of rest. He pulled out a small flask of water and offered it to me. I drank deeply, the cool liquid a blessing on my parched throat. "So we're safe here?" I asked, clutching the flask. Silas sighed a deep, weary sound. "For now, safer than anywhere else, but you must understand, child. What you did, it was like shouting in a silent library. Everything heard, and some of those things, they're not just curious. They're hungry, or territorial, or simply compelled." "But what did I actually do?" I pressed, pulling out Dr. Vance's notebook, its cover still grimy from the cabin. "Silas, this is all so much. The eye gate, the golden world, the watchers, the humanoid, what are these things?" Silas took a moment, staring up at the interwoven canopy, at the strange, silvery light filtering through. "All right," he said, his voice softer now, more pedagogical. "Let's try to put some order to this chaos. The veil, imagine it not as a single sheet, but as a vast, infinitely complex tapestry. Millions of threads interwoven, separating one reality from another. Our world is one thread. The golden world is another. The dimension of the watchers, the between, is like the space between the threads. A vast, formless expanse where things drift, feeding on stray energies, looking for weaknesses." "The cabin was a thin spot," I interjected, recalling his earlier words. "Precisely," Silas nodded. "A natural weakness, made thinner by Dr. Vance's experiments. She was using equipment to probe the veil, to try and understand its structure. She was effectively vibrating a loose thread, making it easier for things to push through." "Like the Watcher," I finished, picturing the colossal eye. "Yes, the eye gate was a localized breach, a Watcher pushing a part of itself through, trying to get a foothold to draw energy. They're attracted to consciousness, to complex life. It's like a beacon to them. But the golden world, that was different. That was an unforeseen consequence of the breach. The chaos of the eye gate opening, coupled with Dr. Vance's probes, created a secondary, stable connection. It pulled your cabin, your immediate localized reality, into another, fully formed dimension. The golden world was a complete reality, not just a lurking entity. And the humanoid, the colossal insect. Inhabitants of that golden world, Silas confirmed. They reacted to an anomaly, your cabin appearing in their space. The humanoid was an observer, a scout trying to understand. The colossal creature, perhaps a native predator or a defensive mechanism. They were territorial, trying to either absorb your reality or push it back. "And then I used the key," I said, pulling it from my pocket. It still looked like a simple obsidian rectangle, its symbol dark. "And you did something remarkable," Silas said, his eyes on the key. "You didn't just mend a tear, you actively reasserted reality. With the eye gate, you felt the Watcher and you willed it back. You reinforced the veil, turning a doorway back into a window. With the golden world, you didn't just close a gap. You severed an anchor. You ripped your cabin out of one dimension and replanted it firmly back into yours. That takes incredible focus, intent, and raw power channeling through the key." "But now everything knows," I said, the fear returning. "Yes," Silas agreed, his voice grim. "The veil is like a vast, sensitive organism. A profound act of will, channeled through a device like the key, creates a ripple that can be felt across vast distances in countless realities. Everything that exists in the between, all the things that watch and wait and drift, they felt it. A new player, a new source of power, a new opportunity." He reached out and gently took the key from my hand. He held it for a moment, then placed it reverently on the ground between us. "This key, child, it's not just a tool for mending the veil, it's a tool for shaping it, and that kind of power attracts all kinds of attention. good and bad, or more accurately, indifferent and predatory. What can we do? I asked, feeling a cold despair creeping in. How do we fight something that's everywhere? Silas looked at me, his gaze softening slightly. We don't fight everything, child. That's a fool's game. We learn, we adapt. We hide when we must, and we act when we can. And we understand the rules of the game. You are the wielder of the key. That makes you central to this. Your fate is now intertwined with the veil itself. He pulled out the ancient, leather-bound book from his bag, the one I had seen in his cabin. He opened it carefully, the pages brittle and yellowed. The book was filled with strange symbols, intricate drawings, and dense, handwritten text in a language I didn't recognize. This is the Codex of the Veil, Silas explained, his finger tracing a symbol, passed down through my family for generations. It speaks of the veil, its nature, its inhabitants, and the tools that can interact with it. The key, it's described in here. Its creation, its purpose, its dangers. He turned to a page with a drawing that looked remarkably like the key. It says here, the key was not made by human hands. It was found, or rather, grown from a piece of raw veil energy, by an ancient, long-vanished civilization that understood the fabric of reality itself. They called it the Heartstone, for it responded to the purest intent of the wielder's heart. So Dr. Vance didn't make it. No, she probably rediscovered it, or perhaps found a fragmented record of it and sought it out. This forest, it has always been a repository of such things, a natural convergence point of veil energies. That's why my family settled here, to watch over these ancient secrets. He closed the book. For now, we rest, and then we learn. You need to understand what you're capable of, what the key is capable of, and what the dangers are. You need to become more than just a wielder. You need to become a guardian. I nodded, feeling a strange mixture of fear and growing resolve. A guardian. The word settled deep within me. It was a heavy responsibility, but also a purpose. I wasn't just a terrified woman who stumbled into a nightmare. I had power. I had a role. The rest of the night was spent in fitful sleep. I dreamed of golden worlds and colossal eyes, but also of intricate tapestries of light, weaving and unweaving, and a cold, vast presence that now seemed to acknowledge me. I woke to the soft gray light of dawn, filtering through the dense canopy. The air was cold but crisp and clean. Silas was already awake, sitting cross-legged, observing the key. It still lay dormant, its symbol dark. "Morning," he said, his voice quiet. "Time to begin your education." We spent the entire day in the sanctuary clearing. Silas taught me, not just about the key, but about the veil itself. He explained the concept of veil sense, a subtle awareness of the energy flows and distortions in reality. The key amplifies it, he said, but the sense is within all of us dormant. It's a primal awareness of the threads of existence. Try to feel the veil around us now. Not just the physical forest, but the underlying structure, the energy that holds it together. This place, it hums with it, but it's a healthy hum, a strong hum. I closed my eyes, focusing, trying to push beyond my physical senses. I gripped the key. For a long time, there was nothing but the familiar sounds of the forest, the feeling of the cold earth beneath me. But then, as I cleared my mind, pushing away my fear, my hunger, my exhaustion, a subtle awareness began to bloom. It wasn't a sound or a sight, but a feeling. A deep, resonant thrumming, an intricate, interwoven energy field that permeated everything. It was like feeling the heartbeat of the universe, incredibly vast, yet intimately connected. When I opened my eyes, the forest seemed to shimmer subtly. The air itself seemed to pulse with a faint, invisible energy. It was almost overwhelming, a sensory overload, but also incredibly beautiful. You feel it, Silas stated, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. Good, that's veil sense. It's what allows you to interact with the key at a deeper level. It's how you speak to the veil. He then guided me through exercises with the key. He had me focus on even smaller alterations, making a leaf shimmer with an inner light, causing a drop of dew to hang suspended for a moment, making a fallen branch temporarily resist gravity. Each attempt was a struggle, requiring intense concentration and mental clarity. I failed more often than I succeeded, but with each fleeting success, I felt a surge of understanding, a deeper connection to the key and to the power it wielded. The key itself began to respond more readily. Its white symbol would flash, its hum would intensify, almost as if it were a living extension of my will, a responsive amplifier. It was exhausting work, draining my mental and physical reserves. But as I practiced, I felt something else growing within me, not just skill, but confidence, a sense of control. The Watchers, the Golden Worlders, they operate on different frequencies, different patterns of veil energy, Silas explained as I tried to make a pebble levitate, only to have it drop with a thud. You need to learn to recognize those patterns, to identify the distortions. Like a skilled surgeon, you need to know what a healthy tissue looks like to identify the disease. He also spoke of the dangers. The key can be addictive, child. The power, it's immense. It can corrupt. It can twist your intent. Always remember your purpose. Always remember your world. Don't let the power consume you. We ate sparingly, mostly dried berries and a few strips of dried meat Silas had brought. Hunger gnawed at me, but the urgency of my training pushed it to the back of my mind. The sun climbed, peaked, and began its descent, casting long, golden shadows through the trees. As evening approached, Silas grew somber again. We can't stay here forever. This sanctuary is strong, but it's not invincible. Our presence, your sustained use of the key, it will eventually draw attention, even here. We need to move. Where do we go? To a place where we can truly prepare, Silas replied, his gaze distant. A place even deeper, the heart of the veil, as the old ones called it. A place of immense power, but also immense peril. It's where the veil is thickest, where realities are most clearly defined, and where the ancient energies are most potent. But it's also where the old guardians, the true watchers, once resided, and their secrets are not easily given up. More guardians. There have always been those who understand the veil, those who strive to protect it, and those who seek to exploit it, Silas explained. My family is one lineage of watchers, but there were others, older, more powerful, and some they may not be human anymore, or they may have transcended. We seek their knowledge, their tools, perhaps even their counsel. He packed his small bag, and I did the same, stuffing Dr. Vance's notebook and the now dormant key back into my jacket pocket. The faint hum, though no longer pervasive, now felt like a constant presence in my consciousness, a subtle background note to my thoughts. Are you ready, child? Silas asked, his eyes serious. The path ahead is not just through a forest, it's through the very fabric of existence, and there will be trials, things that will test your resolve, your understanding, and your connection to the key. I looked at him, then out into the deepening twilight. The gray forest, once a source of comfort, now held an ominous beauty. But I was no longer the terrified woman who had stumbled into Dr. Vance's cabin. I was the wielder of the key. I was a guardian. I'm ready, I said, my voice firm, resolute. We set off again, moving through the twilight-shrouded forest. This time, Silas moved with a different kind of urgency. Less frantic escape, more deliberate purpose. He was leading us towards something, not just away from it. The journey was arduous. Silas seemed to navigate by instinct, by subtle shifts in the veil's energy that I was only just beginning to perceive. We moved through ancient groves where the trees seemed to whisper secrets, across stagnant bogs where the air hung heavy with a strange miasma, and over rocky ridges where the wind howled with an almost sentient voice. As the days turned into a week, the landscape began to change, subtly at first, then more dramatically. The trees grew stranger, their shapes more alien, their leaves a deeper, darker green, almost black in places. The ground itself seemed different, less solid, almost porous, as if we were walking on a thin crust over something vast and unknown. The air shimmered with invisible energies, visible only to my nascent veil sense. Silas continued my training as we walked, teaching me to perceive distortions in the veil. He would point to a shimmering patch in the air, or a tree that seemed to lean unnaturally, or a subtle ripple in the ground. "That's a minor bleed," he would say. "A weak spot, not yet a breach, but a point of instability. The veil is restless." I learned to instinctively pull the key, to focus my intent, to send out a subtle ripple of stabilization. It was exhausting, but each successful attempt made the veil sense stronger, clearer. I could feel the subtle energies, the push and pull of realities, the constant, silent dance of existence. One evening, as we rested by a small, gurgling stream, I noticed something in the water. It shimmered with an unnatural light, and the pebbles at the bottom seemed to shift, momentarily morphing into impossible geometric shapes before returning to normal. "What's that?" I asked, pointing. Silas peered at it, a minor temporal bleed, a moment from another reality flickering into ours. "The veil is very thin here. We're getting close." The idea was terrifying, that the very fabric of time and space could be so fragile, so fluid. I instinctively reached for the key and focused my intent. I willed the stream to be normal, to be stable, to be our reality. The shimmer subsided, the shapes settled. I felt a profound weariness, but also a growing sense of mastery. "Good," Silas murmured, a rare smile gracing his lips. "You're learning faster than I expected. The key has found its wielder." As we continued our journey, I also began to notice other things. Whispers on the wind that weren't just wind, faint, ethereal music that seemed to come from nowhere, and sometimes brief, fleeting glimpses of other landscapes, other skies, flickering at the edges of my vision. Ghostly images of impossible cities, strange creatures, or vast, empty voids. They were never solid, never stable, just momentary intrusions, like reflections in a distorting mirror. Silas called them echoes. "The veil is a busy place, child," he said. "Millions of realities brush against each other, leaving traces. Here near the heart, the echoes are more pronounced. They are harmless as long as you don't focus on them, don't give them energy, don't invite them in." It was hard not to stare, not to be mesmerized by the fleeting beauty and horror of these echoes. They were glimpses into infinity, into the vastness of what lay beyond. But I learned to avert my gaze, to focus on the solid ground beneath my feet, on the familiar scent of pine and damp earth. One afternoon, we came to a clearing unlike any I had seen. In the center stood a single, colossal tree, its trunk wider than any house, its branches reaching into the sky like gnarled arms. It wasn't just large, it radiated power. The air around it thrummed with pure, unadulterated veil energy, a profound, resonant hum that was both exhilarating and terrifying. It was the source of the persistent thrum I had been feeling for days. "The world tree," Silas whispered, awe in his voice. "The heart of the veil, the nexus of all realities. This is it. This is the sanctuary of the ancient guardians." The clearing around the tree was pristine, covered in a soft, luminous moss that pulsed with a faint greenish light. There was no undergrowth, no fallen leaves, just the moss, the colossal tree, and a profound, reverent silence. As we approached the tree, the hum grew almost deafening, not to my ears, but to my veil sense. It felt like standing at the center of creation, a place where all realities converged, all possibilities intertwined. The key in my pocket vibrated almost painfully, its dormant symbol flashing with inner light as if waking. Silas stopped at the edge of the clearing. "This is sacred ground, child. Tread lightly. The guardians, they still watch, even if they are no longer physical." We walked towards the world tree. As we drew closer, I noticed something else. Carved into the immense trunk at its base was a doorway. Not a conventional door, but a seamlessly integrated archway, glowing with the same faint green light as the moss. There were symbols etched into its surface, symbols that resonated deep within my growing veil sense. They spoke of protection, of knowledge, of a profound understanding of reality. Silas approached the doorway, raising a hand. He murmured a series of strange, guttural words in a language I didn't recognize. The green light of the archway pulsed in response. Then slowly, the seamless surface of the doorway shimmered, parting like water. It didn't open inwards, but simply dissolved, revealing a passage that led into the heart of the tree. The air within the passage was warm and still, carrying a faint, earthy scent mixed with something else, something sweet and ancient, like dried herbs and forgotten incense. The walls of the passage were smooth, polished wood, imbued with the same luminous green light. "Welcome, child," Silas said, turning to me, his face illuminated by the green glow, "to the heart of the veil, to the legacy of the true guardians." We stepped inside. The passage curved gently downwards, deeper into the colossal tree. It was not a simple hollow. It was a structure, carefully crafted, infused with power. The air hummed with a stable, ancient energy. After a few minutes of walking, the passage opened into a vast chamber. It was circular, its walls formed by the living wood of the tree. The ceiling soared upwards, lost in the green glow, giving the impression of an infinite space. In the center of the chamber, a platform of polished stone rose from the floor, and on the platform, glowing with a soft, ethereal light, stood a single, magnificent object. It was a pedestal, intricately carved from the same luminous green stone, and on top of it rested a crystalline orb. The orb pulsed with the same green light, but within its depths I saw swirling patterns, like nebulae, like galaxies, like countless threads of light intertwining. It was a miniature universe contained within a sphere. "The Nexus Orb," Silas breathed, his voice filled with reverence. "The ultimate tool of the ancient guardians. It doesn't just interact with the veil, it maps it, it sees it. Every thread, every reality, every distortion." He led me closer to the platform. As we approached, the Nexus Orb pulsed brighter, and the swirling patterns within seemed to quicken, as if awakening to our presence. "With this child," Silas explained, "we can truly understand the extent of the ripples you created. We can see what new entities are drawn to you, what new threats are emerging. We can plan, we can prepare, we can truly become guardians of the veil." I stared at the orb, mesmerized. It was a window into everything, a map of all existence. The power contained within it was immense, overwhelming, but also terrifying. It felt like holding the universe in my hands. "How do we use it?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Silas looked at me, then at the key in my pocket, which was now vibrating with a steady, low thrum, its white symbol glowing faintly, responding to the immense energy of the Nexus Orb. The key is the master key to all veil instruments. It connects, it channels, it amplifies. You will use it to interact with the orb, but first. He paused, then walked to a recess in the wall. He reached in and pulled out a long, staff-like object. It was made of the same luminous green wood as the chamber, intricately carved with symbols that mirrored those on the doorway and the Nexus orb. At its tip, a small, fist-sized crystal glowed with a gentle inner light. "This is the Staff of Knowing," Silas said, handing it to me. It was surprisingly light and hummed with a subtle energy as I held it. A focusing tool. It helps channel your intent, your veil sense, and the power of the key. The Guardians used it in conjunction with the orb. It will help you navigate the complexities of the Nexus orb without being overwhelmed. I gripped the staff, feeling its comforting weight, its resonant hum. It felt like a natural extension of myself, an amplifier for my growing powers. Silas guided me to the platform. "Place your hand on the orb, child. Hold the staff in the other, and allow the key to be a bridge. Open your mind to the veil. Let the orb show you what it sees." I took a deep breath, my heart pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. I placed my right hand on the smooth, cool surface of the Nexus orb. It vibrated with a gentle, pulsing energy. I held the Staff of Knowing in my left, its crystal tip glowing brighter. The key, still in my pocket, thrummed, its white symbol now radiating a steady, pure light, pushing against the fabric of my jacket. I closed my eyes, focusing on my veil sense, allowing myself to become attuned to the vast energy of the orb. I felt a surge of information, an overwhelming flood of raw data, impressions, images, sounds, and sensations. It was too much, a chaotic maelstrom of existence. I gasped, almost pulling my hand away. "Focus," Silas urged, his voice firm. "Channel your intent through the staff. Let the key filter. Seek clarity. Seek answers." I gritted my teeth, pouring my will into the staff. I pictured a filter, a lens, something that could bring order to the chaos. I willed the key to act as that filter, to bring focus to the overwhelming input. Slowly, agonizingly, the chaos began to subside. The swirling images within the orb resolved into discernible patterns. The cacophony of sounds coalesced into distinct frequencies. The overwhelming sensations sharpened into specific points of awareness. I opened my eyes. The Nexus orb was no longer a swirling mass. It was a vast holographic map projected into the air around it. It showed our forest, glowing with a soft, familiar gray-green light. But around it, surrounding it, were countless other lights, other colors, other dimensions, all connected by shimmering, ethereal threads. The veil. And within this vast tapestry, I saw lines of crimson light, like angry veins, radiating outwards from our forest. They pulsed, drawing my gaze. "What are those?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper, pointing with the staff. Silas peered at the projection. Those are the ripples, the pathways you opened, the attention you drew. Each one is a potential breach, a point of entry, a hungry entity seeking a path." As I looked closer, I saw that some of the crimson lines converged on specific points, little flares of angry red light like distant explosions. And at the end of some of those lines, I saw faint, shadowy forms, vast and indistinct, lurking in the deeper spaces between realities, the Watchers. But there were other forms too, slim, iridescent shapes moving with fluid grace along other crimson lines, the humanoids, and even larger, more complex shapes like immense, multi-limbed insects, the creatures from the Golden World. They were not gone. They were simply further away, pulled back into their own dimension, but now they knew a path. They were drawn by the lingering energy signature of the key. Then I saw something else, something new and terrifying. A point of shimmering violet light, far distant from our world, but moving with deliberate speed along one of the crimson lines, heading directly towards our forest. It was unlike any other signature I had seen. It was not predatory, not chaotic, but purposeful. "What is that?" I asked, pointing with a trembling finger. Silas gasped, his eyes widening. I don't know that signature. It's unlike anything described in the Codex. It's incredibly powerful, and it's coming here, fast." The violet light pulsed, growing steadily brighter on the holographic map. It was still distant, but its trajectory was undeniable. It was a direct, unwavering path towards our world, towards me. My heart plummeted. I hadn't just mended the veil. I had ignited a beacon. I had attracted something entirely new, something Silas, the keeper of ancient knowledge, didn't even recognize. The terror returned, cold and sharp. "What do we do?" I asked, my voice barely audible. Silas stared at the orb, his face grim. "We don't know what it is. We don't know its intent, but its energy signature, it's immense, far greater than anything we've encountered so far. We need to prepare, and we need to learn, quickly." He looked at me, his eyes filled with a new, grave urgency. "You, child, are at the center of this. The key responded to you. Whatever this thing is, it's coming for you, and for the power you wield." The violet light on the holographic map pulsed, closer now, emanating a silent, powerful resonance that even my nascent veil sense could perceive. It felt cold, ancient, and utterly relentless. This was not over. It was only just beginning. The violet light on the holographic map pulsed, closer now, emanating a silent, powerful resonance that even my nascent veil sense could perceive. It felt cold, ancient, and utterly relentless. This was not over. It was only just beginning. I snatched my hand back from the Nexus orb, my breath catching in my throat. The staff of knowing slipped in my grasp, but I tightened my grip, the key in my pocket throbbing like a frantic heartbeat. The sheer, overwhelming power of the approaching entity radiated from the orb, filling the vast chamber with an invisible chill. "Silas, what is it?" I whispered, my voice hoarse, my eyes fixed on the ominous violet dot. It was moving with impossible speed, a relentless trajectory across the tapestry of realities. Silas, his face etched with a mix of awe and profound concern, leaned closer to the projection. His fingers, gnarled with age, traced the path of the violet light. "I've never seen anything like it. The Watchers are chaotic, driven by hunger or curiosity. The Golden Worlders are territorial but comprehensible. This is something else entirely. It's like a beam of pure, focused will. No hesitation, no deviation." He turned to me, his gaze intense. "The ancient texts, the deepest parts of the Codex, speak of certain primordial forces, entities that predate the veil as we know it, beings of pure concept, older than time, but even those descriptions don't match this signature. This is new to me, child, and that frightens me more than any Watcher." "But it's coming for me," I said, stating the horrifying truth. "You said the key attracted attention. What if it's drawn to the key itself?" Silas nodded slowly. "It's possible. The key is a unique artifact, a bridge between all things. Perhaps this entity senses its potential, its power, or perhaps it senses your unique connection to it. Whatever its motivation, its arrival is imminent. The orb shows it will reach our world within hours, possibly even less, depending on how it navigates the final veil boundaries." Hours, my blood ran cold. I had just begun to understand the veil, to wield the key, and now I faced something that made Sila's, the seasoned guardian, blanch. "What do we do?" I repeated, my voice now trembling. "We can't fight something we don't understand, something so powerful." Silas straightened, a flicker of his ancient resolve returning. "We learn, and we prepare. The Nexus Orb is our greatest tool. It shows us the threat. Now it must show us how to counter it. The ancient guardians, they wouldn't have built such a sanctuary without also building defenses and knowledge." He gestured towards the orb. "Focus again, child. The orb can do more than just map. It can analyze. It can project possibilities. Ask it. Ask it what this entity is. Ask it how to stop it." I hesitated, still reeling from the shock. The thought of connecting to that overwhelming stream of information again, especially with this new, terrifying presence dominating it, was daunting. But Silas's words spurred me on. I was a guardian. I had a responsibility. I placed my hand back on the orb, gripping the staff of knowing. The key in my pocket pulsed, its light now a steady beacon, filtering the chaos, bringing focus. I closed my eyes, pouring my intent into the orb, not just to observe, but to understand. The holographic map reappeared, but this time I willed it to zoom in on the violet entity. The image coalesced, becoming sharper, more defined. It wasn't a creature, not in any biological sense I understood. It was a spear of pure, shimmering violet light, impossibly sharp, impossibly fast. It had no discernible form, no eyes, no limbs, yet it projected an overwhelming sense of intelligent purpose. It was like a shard of crystallized will, hurtling through the dimensions. And as I focused, the orb began to display data around the image. Symbols flashed, patterns resolved. Silas, peering over my shoulder, gasped. "The anathema," he murmured, his voice laced with dread. "The ancient texts speak of it, a force of universal correction, a destroyer of anomalies. It seeks to rebalance the veil, to excise anything that disrupts its natural order." "Then anomaly?" I asked, confused. "What anomalies?" "You child," Silas said, his gaze grave. "Your actions with the key. You didn't just mend breaches, you actively restructured the veil. You tore your cabin from one reality and replanted it in another. You bent the very fabric of existence to your will. To the anathema, that is a profound disruption, a cancerous growth that must be excised." My stomach churned. I hadn't saved my cabin. I had painted a target on myself. I hadn't become a guardian. I had become a disease in the eyes of the universe. "So it's coming to destroy me?" I asked, the words catching in my throat. "Or absorb you, or neutralize you. The texts aren't clear on its exact methods, only its purpose, to eliminate fundamental disruptions to the veil's equilibrium." Silas paused, then his eyes darted around the chamber. "But the texts also speak of ways to deter it, not to destroy it, for it cannot be destroyed, but to make it pass by, to prove that the anomaly is not an anomaly, or that it can be contained." I looked at the shimmering spear of violet light, approaching relentlessly. How could I prove I wasn't an anomaly to a force that had no eyes, no ears, no discernible form, only an overriding directive? "The ancient guardians," I said, a desperate thought forming. "They built this place. They understood the anathema." Silas nodded. "They foresaw its potential arrival. They created this sanctuary, not just as a refuge, but as a crucible, a place to train those who might wield the key against such forces. They believed that only a pure wielder, one truly aligned with the veil's own balance, could deter the anathema." "A pure wielder," I echoed, a bitter laugh escaping my lips. "I'm just a woman who stumbled into a nightmare. I'm not pure, I'm terrified. Purity of intent, child, Silas corrected gently, not purity of spirit. The will to protect, to restore balance, to safeguard your reality. That is the purity the key responds to, and the anathema, it senses that intent, or the lack of it. He walked to a different section of the chamber, where a series of intricate carvings adorned the living wood walls. They depicted figures, humanoid but ethereal, wielding objects that looked like variations of the staff and the key. Around them, swirling patterns of light represented the veil, and in some there were faint, violet streaks, like the entity on the orb being deflected or passing through without incident. These are the trials, Silas said, tracing a finger over one carving. The ancient guardians didn't just train their wielders, they prepared them for a singular purpose, to face the anathema should it ever be drawn. The chamber itself is part of the training. The orb is the guide, the staff the channel, and the key the power. He turned to me, his gaze firm. We have hours. We will use every minute. You must master the key, not just to mend, but to project, to declare your place in the veil, to demonstrate that you are not a flaw to be corrected, but a conscious, integrated part of its fabric. He led me through a series of intense, accelerated training exercises. With the Nexus orb as our guide and the staff of knowing as my anchor, I was forced to push my veil sense to its absolute limits. First, Silas taught me to read the veil with extreme precision. Using the orb, he would project subtle distortions, localized bleeds, or minor echoes of other realities within the chamber's holographic space. My task was to identify them, to pinpoint their exact nature and origin, and then to describe them to him. It was like learning a new language, a new way of seeing. The intricate dance of energies, the subtle hums and silences, the shifting colors of unseen threads, they slowly began to make sense. The anathema perceives the veil at a fundamental level, Silas explained, as I correctly identified a small, flickering echo of a crystalline city. It doesn't see physical objects. It sees energy signatures, intent, patterns of reality. You must learn to speak its language, to project a pattern of stability, of belonging. Next, he had me practice projecting my will outwards, using the key and staff in conjunction with the orb. He had me focus on the swirling patterns within the orb itself, willing them to settle, to shift, to flow in specific ways. It was incredibly draining. My head ached, my body trembled with the effort, but with each success, however small, the key seemed to hum with greater power, its white symbol blazing. You are not just mending the veil, Silas reiterated, watching me intently as I caused a projected thread of reality to strengthen and thicken. You are shaping it. You are weaving your own intent into its fabric. This is what the anathema perceives, not just the action, but the intent behind it, the balance you seek. One of the exercises was particularly challenging. Silas projected an image of a watcher, a faint, shadowy form lurking at the edge of a distant reality thread. This is a low-level watcher, he explained. Harmless in the orb, but a useful target. Now project a sense of absolute containment. Not aggression, not fear, but clear, unwavering boundaries. Make it understand it has no purchase here. I raised the staff, pointing it at the shadowy projection. I focused on the feeling I had when I closed the eye gate in my cabin, the unyielding wall, the clear separation. The key vibrated intensely in my pocket, amplifying my intent. Slowly, the shadowy watcher on the orb seemed to recoil, to shrink, to fade, not from force, but from a profound, undeniable declaration of exclusion. When it vanished, I collapsed against the pedestal, panting. That was incredibly hard. That was profound, Silas corrected, a look of grim satisfaction on his face. You didn't just push it back, You told it to stay away, and it understood. He then showed me a specific set of carvings on the chamber wall, intricate glyphs that glowed faintly green. These are the runes of affirmation, he said. They are not spells, but declarations of reality, etched into the living wood of the world tree. The ancient guardians used them to focus their intent, to align themselves more completely with the Veil's core principles of balance and stability. We will need to activate them. He guided me through a ritual, a series of precise movements with the staff, touching the glowing crystal tip to each rune, while I focused my mind, repeating ancient words of affirmation that Silas recited in a low, resonant voice. The words weren't in a human language, but I understood their meaning instinctively through my growing Veil sense. Here is balance. Here is order. This reality is protected. This essence is integrated. As I touched each rune, it pulsed brighter, and a wave of pure, stabilizing energy flowed through me from the staff. The chamber itself seemed to hum with renewed power, reinforcing the very fabric of our reality. It was like setting anchors deep into the heart of existence. We worked tirelessly, the pressure of the approaching anathema a constant, cold presence in the back of my mind. There was no time for rest, no time for fear, only the relentless pursuit of mastery. My connection to the key became almost seamless. It felt less like a tool and more like an extension of my own consciousness, a conduit for my will. The staff of knowing grounded me, focused me, preventing the raw power from overwhelming me. As the hours dwindled, the violet light on the Nexus orb's projection grew larger, brighter, closer. It was no longer a distant dot, but a terrifying, shimmering spear filling a significant portion of the holographic map. The resonance it emitted was palpable now, even without direct connection to the orb. It was a silent scream across realities, a tearing force on the Veil itself. Silas finally called a halt, his face grim but resolute. "That's all we can do, child. You have done exceptionally well. You are ready as you can be." He walked to the pedestal, looking at the approaching anathema. It will arrive at the world tree. This place, it's a nexus, a powerful anchor point. It will be drawn here like a moth to a flame. "What happens when it gets here?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "It will try to scan you," Silas explained, "to perceive your anomaly, to assess the disruption you represent. You must stand your ground. You must meet its scrutiny with unwavering intent. You must declare your place in the Veil, not as a disruptor, but as a restorer, as a guardian of balance." He looked at the Nexus orb. "The orb will be your shield, your amplifier, the staff, your channel, and the key, it will be your voice." He picked up the dormant key from my pocket, its white symbol now glowing with a soft, steady light, even without my direct touch. He placed it reverently on the pedestal, right beside the Nexus orb. "The key will activate when it senses the anathema's proximity. Its light will be your focus. Do not break eye contact with the orb. Do not waver." He stepped back from the pedestal, giving me space. "I will be here. I will perform the ancient chants, reinforcing the chamber, anchoring the Veil. But the confrontation, that is yours, child, yours alone." I walked to the pedestal, my legs feeling heavy, my heart hammering against my ribs. I placed my right hand on the cool, smooth surface of the Nexus orb. I gripped the staff of knowing in my left, its crystal tip glowing with an intense green light. The key, lying dormant beside the orb, pulsed with a pure white light, steadily growing brighter as the anathema approached. On the holographic map, the violet spear of light was almost upon our reality. It entered the shimmering gray-green threads of our world, not tearing, not forcing, but passing through. It was not a physical entity in the way of the colossal creature. It was a force, a correction. The entire chamber began to hum, a deep, resonant vibration that emanated from the world tree itself. The luminous green moss on the walls pulsed, and the runes of affirmation glowed with an intensified light. Silas began his low, guttural chant, his voice ancient and powerful, weaving a protective spell around me. And then it arrived. Not with a crash, not with a roar, but with an immense, silent surge of energy. The air in the chamber grew impossibly cold. The light from the orb and the runes seemed to dim under its presence, not physically, but as if their very essence was being challenged. The violet light, immense and pure, seemed to materialize directly in the center of the chamber, hovering above the pedestal, surrounding me. It had no form, yet it radiated a sense of absolute presence, of infinite, calculating intelligence. It was a shimmering, violet spear of pure energy, silent, still, and utterly focused on me. It was scanning me. I could feel it, not with eyes, but with an overwhelming, invasive mental presence that pierced every defense, every thought, every memory. It delved deep into my being, searching, assessing, judging the anomaly I represented. Fear, cold and paralyzing, threatened to consume me. It was like standing naked before the universe, every mistake, every moment of doubt, every selfish thought laid bare. My knees wanted to buckle. My grip on the staff almost failed. But then the key. Lying on the pedestal, its white symbol blazed with a fierce, pure light, pushing back against the invasive cold. It pulsed, a steady, rhythmic beat, resonating deep within my chest, mirroring my own resolve. It was a reminder of my purpose, of the power I now wielded, of the balance I sought to restore. I am not an anomaly, I thought, gripping the staff, pouring my intent into the key. I am a part of this. I restore balance. I protect. I focused on the runes of affirmation, letting their steady light fill my mind. I remembered Silas's words, purity of intent, the will to protect. The violet light of the anathema intensified, its invasive scrutiny growing sharper, pushing harder. I felt a surge of ancient, cosmic disapproval, a cold, silent judgment. It was weighing me, my actions, my existence, against the fundamental laws of the veil. I closed my eyes not out of fear, but to focus my entire being. I visualized the veil as a vast, intricate tapestry. I pictured my cabin, ripped from one thread, anchored back into another. But this time I didn't see it as a disruption. I saw it as a correction. A thread that had been misplaced now returned to its rightful place. I saw myself not as a tear in the fabric, but as a weaver, mending, strengthening, bringing order. The key throbbed violently, channeling every ounce of my will, my intent, my declaration into the heart of the anathema. The staff of knowing hummed, focusing that energy, amplifying it, projecting it outwards like a beacon of my resolve. The battle wasn't physical. It was a war of wills, a clash of intents, a silent, profound argument with a cosmic force. The cold pressure of the anathema began to recede, subtly at first, then more definitively. The overwhelming mental presence lessened, its invasive scrutiny softening. It was still there, but it was no longer judging. It was observing. I opened my eyes. The violet spear of light was still before me, but its edge seemed softer, less absolute. The oppressive cold had lessened. It was no longer radiating pure judgment, but something akin to contemplation. It lingered for what felt like an eternity, silently assessing. The key continued to blaze, pushing back, asserting my presence, my will. Silas's chant rose and fell, a steady drumbeat of protection. Then slowly, imperceptibly at first, the violet spear began to recede. It didn't vanish in a flash, but rather dissolved, fading back into the air, its presence lessening, its cold energy retreating. It was not defeated, but it was deterred. The pressure in the chamber lifted, the cold retreated. The light from the orb in the runes flared brighter, reasserting their dominance. The air, though still humming with residual energy, felt lighter, breathable again. The violet light was gone. I gasped, my legs finally giving out, and I collapsed onto the pedestal, utterly drained. The staff of knowing fell from my hand, clattering against the stone. The key, its fierce light fading, went dormant once more, a dark, silent stone. Silas rushed forward, his face etched with relief. He helped me sit up, his strong hands supporting my back. "You did it, child," he breathed, his voice filled with awe. "You faced the anathema, and it passed." I could only nod, tears welling in my eyes, not of sadness, but of an overwhelming exhaustion and an equally overwhelming sense of accomplishment. I had done it. I had stared down a cosmic force of universal correction. "It didn't attack," I whispered, still trembling. "It just assessed." "And it found you acceptable," Silas finished, a small, weary smile on his face. "It understood your intent. It understood that you seek to mend, not to break, to balance, not to disrupt. You proved that you are not a threat to the veil. You are a wielder of its balance." I leaned against the cool stone of the pedestal, trying to regain my breath, my mind still reeling from the profound mental confrontation. The victory was immense, but the cost, in mental and emotional energy, was equally so. Silas sat beside me, pulling out his flask of water. I drank deeply, the cool liquid a welcome comfort. "So it won't come back?" I asked, a fragile hope blossoming. Silas shook his head. "The anathema never returns to a resolved anomaly. It will continue its path through the multiverse, seeking other disruptions. For now, you are safe from that particular threat." He paused, but its passage, it was not without consequence. He gestured towards the Nexus orb, which was still projecting the holographic map. The vast tapestry of realities shimmered, but now a subtle shift was visible. Some of the crimson lines, the paths of the Watchers and Golden Worlders, seemed to have thinned, receded. "The anathema's passage has a side effect," Silas explained. "It cleanses the veil in its wake, in a sense. Its overwhelming focus on the disruption it sought to correct temporarily reasserts the veil's own equilibrium. The lesser entities, the opportunistic ones, they will have felt that profound rebalancing. Some will retreat, finding the veil too thick, too stable. Others will be scattered." "So some of the threats are gone?" I asked, a sliver of hope rekindled. "Some of the known threats are less pressing," Silas confirmed. "But the veil is vast, child, and your journey, it has only just truly begun. The anathema was a test, a trial by fire for your new role, and you passed." He looked at me, his eyes filled with a new depth of respect. "You are no longer merely a wielder, child. You are a true guardian. You have proven your worth to the veil itself." I looked at the dormant key, lying on the pedestal. It was no longer just a stone. It was a part of me, a conduit to immense power, a symbol of my new purpose. "What now?" I asked, feeling a strange mixture of relief, exhaustion, and a renewed sense of daunting responsibility. The anathema was gone, but the universe was still vast and full of unknowns. Silas stood, his movements slow and deliberate. He walked to the carved runes on the wall, touching them gently. "Now we rest, we replenish, and then we turn our attention to the next challenge. The veil is dynamic, it is always changing, and with your new capabilities, we can do more than just react. we can act. He returned to the pedestal, picking up the key. Its white symbol glowed faintly in his hand, as if responsive even to his touch. This chamber, the Nexus Orb, the Staff of Knowing, they are not just tools for defense. They are tools for exploration, for understanding. The ancient guardians explored the veil, not just from necessity, but from a profound desire for knowledge. He handed me the key and the staff. The passage of the anathema may have cleared some paths, but it may also have revealed others. Distant realities, long dormant, may now be accessible, or new threats, drawn by the residual energy of your confrontation, may emerge from the deeper between. He walked to a different section of the chamber, where another doorway, similar to the one leading into the world tree, was carved into the living wood. This one was smaller, more intricate, and pulsed with a faint blue light rather than green. The ancient guardians did not live in isolation, Silas explained, his eyes fixed on the blue doorway. They formed alliances. They sought knowledge. They even sought counsel from beings who existed in realms far beyond our own, entities who understood the deeper workings of the veil. Another doorway, I asked, my heart quickening. After the terrifying confrontation, the idea of stepping into another unknown filled me with a fresh wave of apprehension. This is a gateway, not a breach, Silas clarified. It leads to the Chamber of Whispers, a place described in the Codex as a repository of knowledge gathered from various veil-dwelling entities. It's a place where the threads of different realities converge, not to tear, but to commune. It is where the ancient guardians sought guidance. He turned to me, his expression serious. The anathema was a test of your will. The Chamber of Whispers will be a test of your understanding. We need more knowledge about the veil, about its inhabitants, and about your own true potential. The Codex only contains fragments. This chamber, if it still functions, should hold deeper truths. I looked at the blue doorway, then at the key in my hand, now glowing with a soft, steady white light attuned to the residual power of the world tree. My exhaustion was immense, but a new curiosity, a thirst for understanding, began to override my fear. I had faced cosmic judgment and survived. What else was out there? Is it dangerous? I asked, still cautious. Silas gave a small, wry smile. Every step into the veil is dangerous, child, but this danger is of a different sort. Less of direct aggression, more of disorientation, of perception. The Chamber of Whispers doesn't just show you things, it speaks to you, in ways your mind may not be accustomed to. He walked to the blue doorway, raising a hand. He murmured a different set of guttural words, these softer, more inviting. The blue light pulsed, and the seamless surface of the doorway shimmered, parting like mist. It revealed a passage bathed in the same ethereal blue glow, leading into a deeper part of the immense world tree. Are you ready to truly delve into the heart of the veil? Silas asked, turning to me, his eyes reflecting the blue light, to understand not just what you defend, but why. I took a deep breath, clutching the key and the staff. The unknown was still terrifying, but the sense of purpose, of my new identity as a guardian, was stronger now. The universe had tried to correct me, and I had proven my right to exist. Now it was time to learn its secrets. I'm ready, I said, my voice firm. We stepped into the blue passage. The air here was even warmer, carrying an intoxicating scent of ozone and ancient parchment. The blue light emanated from the very walls, which pulsed with a soft, rhythmic beat like a colossal living heart. The passage spiraled downwards, its curves and angles shifting subtly, defying conventional geometry. My veil sense, honed by the intense training and the confrontation with the anathema, was tingling. picking up an incredible array of subtle energies. Whispers, faint and indistinct, seemed to drift on the air, touching my mind, almost forming words I couldn't quite grasp. Silas walked ahead, his silent agility unwavering, navigating the shifting passage as if by instinct. I followed closely, my senses on high alert, the key in my hand a steady, comforting presence, filtering the overwhelming sensory input. After a few minutes of walking down the subtly twisting passage, it opened into another vast chamber, even larger than the one we had just left. This chamber was circular, like the last, but its walls were not smooth wood. Instead, they were covered in an intricate lattice of glowing, crystalline filaments that pulsed with a soft, deep blue light. These filaments seemed to be alive, gently shifting and vibrating, creating a mesmerizing, almost hypnotic display. In the center of the chamber, instead of a single pedestal, there was a vast circular pool of shimmering, sapphire blue liquid. The surface of the liquid was perfectly still, like a mirror, reflecting the pulsing crystalline walls. But within its depths I saw faint, ethereal lights swirling, like captive stars in a cosmic ocean. And surrounding the pool, arranged in a perfect circle, were 7 tall, slender pillars of polished, dark obsidian. Each pillar was etched with complex symbols that glowed with an inner blue light. They looked like ancient sentinels, standing guard over the silent pool. "The Chamber of Whispers," Silas announced, his voice hushed with reverence, or as the ancient ones sometimes called it, the Well of Lost Tongues. This is where the guardians sought their knowledge. He walked to the edge of the pool, peering into its depths. This liquid, it is a condensed essence of the veil itself, a conduit for interdimensional communication. The crystalline filaments, they collect and focus the echoes from countless realities. And the pillars, they are resonance chambers, designed to channel specific frequencies of information. "How does it work?" I asked, utterly mesmerized by the ethereal beauty of the chamber. The whispers here were stronger, almost distinct, like a multitude of voices speaking just beyond the threshold of hearing. Silas turned to one of the obsidian pillars. You stand before a pillar. You focus your intent, your question, through the key and the staff, and the veil it answers. Or rather, the echoes stored and channeled here respond. It can be images, sounds, feelings, sometimes even fleeting, coherent thoughts directly implanted into your mind. But it is never direct. It is always a whisper, an echo. He looked at me, his gaze serious. "You must be careful, child. The information here is vast, chaotic. It can overwhelm. It can mislead. You must learn to discern truth from illusion, intent from stray thought. And you must always, always ground yourself in your own reality. The veil can be seductive, the knowledge intoxicating." He led me to one of the obsidian pillars. Its surface felt cool and smooth beneath my touch, and it hummed with a low, resonant energy. Think of a question, child, a deep, burning question about the veil, about the threats we face, about your role, and then channel that question into the pillar through the key. I took a deep breath, trying to calm the nervous flutter in my stomach. What question to ask? My mind raced, sifting through the cascade of new information, the terrifying encounters, the immense responsibility. I thought of the Watchers, the beings of the between, vast and ancient, always seeking footholds. I gripped the staff, pressed my hand against the pillar, and held the key. I closed my eyes, focusing my veil sense, pouring my intent into the question. How do we truly contain the Watchers? How do we stop them from returning? A sudden, intense surge of energy coursed through the pillar, through my hand, through the key, and into my mind. It wasn't painful, but it was overwhelming, a flood of impressions, images, and feelings. I saw flashes of vast, empty voids stretching into infinity. I felt an ancient, profound loneliness. I saw colossal, unblinking eyes, not evil but indifferent, always searching for light, for warmth, for energy. I saw them pressing against the veil like silent, hungry fish against a glass wall, forever seeking a way in. Then a new set of images, not of containment, but of understanding. I saw glimpses of figures, ancient guardians perhaps, not fighting the watchers, but observing them, building complex, resonant wards that didn't just push back, but shifted the veil's own frequencies, making certain sections of reality utterly unpalatable, uninteresting, or simply invisible to the watcher's unique perception. And then a whisper, clear and distinct in my mind, yet not in any language I knew, only pure meaning. They seek what they lack. They are drawn to vibrant resonance. Change the song, and they will pass you by. The surge subsided, leaving me reeling, breathless. I opened my eyes, leaning heavily against the pillar. The blue lights of the chamber seemed to pulse with renewed intensity. "What did you see?" Silas asked, his voice low and concerned. I recounted the experience, the images of the voids, the hungry eyes, and the final, profound whisper. "Change the song," I murmured, still trying to grasp the full implications. Silas nodded, his eyes distant. "It makes sense. The watchers are drawn to high-energy, complex consciousness. They perceive it as a beacon, a source of sustenance. If you can make your reality or a specific part of it vibrate at a frequency that is either too low, too discordant, or simply unreadable to them, they will lose interest. They are not conquerors, they are scavengers of the veil. They seek the easiest meal. So instead of just pushing them back, we make ourselves unappealing." "Precisely," Silas confirmed. "It's a more elegant solution than constant struggle. It's about manipulating the veil's own harmonics." He gestured to the surrounding pillars. "This knowledge, it is invaluable. Now, what other questions do you have, child?" We spent hours in the Chamber of Whispers. I moved from pillar to pillar, asking questions, channeling my intent through the key, receiving torrents of information, flashes of insight, and enigmatic whispers. I learned more about the Golden Worlders, not truly malicious, but utterly alien. They viewed other realities not as threats, but as resources. Their colossal creatures were not just predators, but terraformers, slowly reshaping foreign environments to suit their own needs, absorbing external energies. The whisper I received about them was, "They consume what is available. Make yourself unavailable." It echoed Silas's previous assessment, but with a deeper, more fundamental clarity. The solution, the whispers implied, was not just to sever anchors, but to make your reality energetically incompatible with their absorption processes. I asked about the nature of the key itself. The information was complex, abstract. I saw swirling nebulae of pure veil energy, coalescing, solidifying, imbued with the resonance of countless realities. The whisper was a heart of the between given form. It does not create, it channels, it reflects, it amplifies the purest intent. It reinforced Silas's earlier words: the key was not human-made.